by this rotation that has produced this tornado warning that has been issued and is now lasting until 12:30 in the morning. Looking at the latest on reflectivity, again, not showing that wraparound like we saw with a few of the storms 2 weeks ago. So fortunately, that is not confirming it. The structure is not as apparent as what it was 2 weeks ago, but still, when you get these rotation returns like what we're getting with this velocity, I mean, that's showing it right over the Brody community. Several outputs of lightning. I know we're not getting we don't have any cameras up around that area, unfortunately. But along with this, I mean, strong wind gusts, whether they're tornadic or not, we're getting anywhere from 40 to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts within this. And hail size has been a factor as well. Out west, up around Arkansas, they were getting about 2-inch hailstones. Wouldn't be surprised to be getting an inch hailstone within this hail core as well. So not as only is it tornadic, not only is it strong winds, it's also hail. All three of the severe weather elements we've been tracking. So as of now, 11:52, I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhan. He is getting stuff set up in the back, but we're going to keep on trucking, keep on tracking this rotation that we're seeing just east of the Brody community. What we typically see with tornadoes whenever they're in an energetic storm, you see all that lightning output being produced out in the hail core. That shows that this is still a very much alive system, that it's not dissipating out just yet. But this has strengthened to a very concerning rotation. We saw it earlier as it was out there just south of Cannon, especially as it entered towards Brody. Let me clear out here a little bit. But as it was moving towards that area, we saw what looked like a return on the debris mode. You can see it west of the Cannon area. That was what we were tracking earlier. That felt like it may have been a tornado produced as it did line up just south of that Highway 72 west of Cannon. So based off what we're seeing there, this could have been a tornado already, still having that potential as it moves into Tippa County. So currently along that south of Highway 72 across County Road 325, know anyone in western Tippa County? Well, go ahead and give them a call. Let them know they have a tornado headed their way, tornado warning headed their way. I apologize. Go ahead and treat it like one, honestly, to make sure that you guys stay as safe as you can. So let me clear that off here real quick and give you guys an updated track on these storms. As it moves closer to Tiplersville, we're seeing Oak Grove School 1157, so about 3-4 minutes away. Ball Hill Church 1202, Tiplersville 1204. So that's just about 10 minutes away. Now's the time. Get that safe plan in place, get to where you need to be, and stay there for the next 10, 15 minutes as this storm moves on through. Tiplersville Church of Christ, 1204, Providence School, 1208, and Ruckersville School, close to 1208 as well. Now, going ahead and taking the latest scans, and we're seeing much broader rotation. So this is a weakening system from what it was even 10, 15 minutes ago whenever that warning was produced. It's a fortunate thing because we don't want anything tornadic here, especially as it moves more into Tippa County. Folks in the Tiplersville, hopefully this does weaken. Hopefully this does diminish here in the next couple of minutes, but definitely not seeing the returns like what we have had earlier. And I'm going to check in. Are we? You have access to one, Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working on two. So still looking at this storm. I mean, the rotation's still there, just very much more broad. And looking at the grand scheme of things, I do want to check and make sure that the Tippa County storm is not doing anything that we need to note so far. Still producing large hail. It has been some significant damage out there in Tippa County, but that has yet to make it to our viewing area just yet. So we're going to focus more on this tornado warning that we've been tracking as it's moved into parts of Tippa County, south of Highway 72, and now moving across County Road 331. You're seeing that rotation right there, still broad, but still enough to keep that warning issued. So going ahead and circling that rotation for you guys so you can track it and putting a storm track on that as well. So expanding things out and doing that long track model, keeping it just primarily towns so that way communities know to get to their safe place. Tiplersville, 1203, Crumtown, 1217, and Collinstown, closer to about 1219. This has been a tight circulation, but now weakening from what it once was, but still producing large hail and strong wind gusts nevertheless, which can be damaging in itself. But going ahead and looking at communities that are going to be impacted, let me move this a little bit south because that track a little bit too north. There we go. So line that up with the rotation. You're seeing it at about 11:55 Oak Grove School, Ball Hill Church. We've been talking about you, 12 o'clock to 12:01 now. Tiplersville, 12:03. Providence School about 12:07. Now, latest tracks, I did have about 45 miles an hour. If you want to check me on that here real quick, because these have sped up from what they were recently. So if this is moving any bit faster, we want to give you guys as much of a heads up as possible. But still getting a lot of lightning being put out by this, still shows it's an energetic cell. Looking at the reflectivity, let me go ahead and get all of
About 40.
about 40. Okay, let me go ahead and adjust these and give an updated time on that. So give me one moment. And are you mic'd up by chance?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do we have a camera shot?
Should be Mike C, cam on cam 1, Mike C, cam 1.
All right, so still looking at this rotation moving into Tippa County. We're still seeing that broad rotation, but still getting some bright returns. You can see that couplet happening right along 72, south of 72, now just west of the Walnut community. Lots of lightning being poured in by this. Looking at the latest scans, not seeing as bright of returns as what we once were, but still enough to keep that tornado warning being issued. Now, this is issued until 12:30 in the morning. Late night storm. These are always more dangerous, and people are trying to get some sleep before the work week ahead. Understand that, but I also understand that people need to stay safe. So if you know of anyone in Tippa County, close to Walnut, go ahead and give them a call. Close to Tiplersville, give them a call as the storm rolls on through and is about to cross Highway 15 here in the next 10 minutes or so. Now, I do want to bring in our Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lawpond, if he has any information from the storm chasers, from National Weather Service, that's showing any damage being reported. Have we gotten anything so far?
Not that I've seen so far. So, I mean, but of course, those tend to be things that tend to be reports that come in a lot later. So I can't say we're shocked that we haven't seen a lot. We typically don't in this situation, but we just want to make sure, out of that abundance of caution, that you are going to that tornado safe places. Gabe's been talking about, doing a great job of covering this. Unfortunately, we just have to kind of poke the prod and hope for the best in this situation. Gabe, that's exactly what you're doing. But of course, double checking with the National Weather Service, talking about it, continuing to show rotation on this. But unfortunately, fortunately, no official reports coming in at this point here. So, Gabe, hopefully that's what continues.
Yeah, I mean, it's the rotation's definitely broadened out from what was happening before. We did get that line up with the debris signature with the rotation.
Can you get the time on that again?
Yes, let me go ahead and go back and take a look. It was just when it was west of Cannon. So I'm gonna have to go back probably about, let's say 10, 15 minutes or so. So let me look here real quick. Yes, so it was about 11:42. And my only issue with it is that it was out ahead of the reflectivity. I was wondering if it was just a scan behind, but it lined up with the rotation and was definitely still something to.
So that where it was near Highway 72 there?
Yes, right here on the screen. Oh,
Yeah, I see that. I don't know for sure. We don't have quite as good a couplet at that point. I'd say that's not quite there. Yeah, I can't say for sure that was pre-signature.
yeah.
But it's in a suspicious enough place that
It lined up
at
well enough.
night it's better to treat it as such. But that probably was just a little ahead.
What?
I'd say.
Yeah, and typically, I mean, this is also a pretty decent ways away from the radar site, so it's getting very high elevation, so it's not getting what's happening on the ground, and so that's why it's important that we go ahead and treat it like one. We go ahead and treat it like it was confirmed because it's going ahead and getting those people to their safe place, whether that be in Benton and now Tippa County. So as it's moving closer to Walnut, riding that 72 corridor, we are not seeing as bright of returns in regards to rotation, but still that rotation showing around County Road 306 and County Road 301. You see that intersection right there, just south of 72. So if you know any folks around that area, definitely something to keep in mind, and go ahead and give them a call as it is late. We don't want to chance anyone being asleep. So getting updated times on those areas that this rotation is going to be moving through. Mount Hebron Church, 12 o'clock. Ball Hill Church by 12:03. Tiplersville Church of Christ, 12:04. Tiplersville by about 12:05. And Providence School closer to 12:09. So this has been the latest scan on the rotation. As you can see, those returns not as prominent as what they were before. I do want to try and get this. I'll have to get this updated. The national
Weather
weather
minute?
system. Yes, and I'm going to work on this to get this updated.
Okay, let's get weather one up if we could, please, for a moment. Get weather one up for a second here. Appreciate that. So just kind of adjust a couple things here. So as Gabe's been mentioning, there's going to be a lot more questions and answers. We'll also try to flip prompter over there if we could. So we're looking near Walnut again. The rotation on this and the angle. Okay, so it's. I'm going to try to keep adjusting this behind the scenes, make sure we get this right. There we are. Slide everything into place. Okay. The good news is that I don't think that at this instant this is for sure a tornado on the ground. There is obviously this area, this suspicious area near Walnut, and so I would be in my safe place if I lived near Walnut, but I'm going to keep it fairly broad on our circle here because of that. Right near Highway 72, where I would kind of show it at this instant, just kind of this little nook right there. Spot near County Road 302 south of Brownfield near Highway 72. Um, so even in the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar, couple different ways we'll look at that. I'm actually look at it from the Memphis Airport radar, just to check that. Just out of range of that, unfortunately. Okay, so back then over to the radar that comes out of near Millington, Tennessee, at the National Weather Service office there, but just north of Walnut, generally speaking, is where we'd have it. There's just this area right in there. I don't see the precipitation fully wrapping around. That has been one thing that this storm has struggled to have. Thankfully, there's a struggle there. But that does mean that there's still this zone here right over Walnut. So obviously, we need to be in that tornado safe place there if we live in the Walnut area because of that. Of course, that's a reminder of where that is. That is the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets, pillows, protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. You know, Collegiate there, obviously in the path, Brownfield, as it kind of tracks very near. I mean, this is going almost directly east with just a hint of a southerly angle to it there. And I know that this is really the top end of that tornado warning, but the area of circulation is just hugging very, very close to that at this point here. Quite a bit of lightning on that as well. And the likelihood is if we're going to see tornadoes tonight, they're going to be short-lived kind of spin-up tornadoes. But in saying that, this is clearly a supercell sort of structure out of this. So that is the scenario where, you know, typically we are more likely to see something maybe just a little bit stronger. As we kind of clear things off here for a moment, kind of get a wider shot on this and kind of give you an overview of what we're looking at and what we're expecting on this. On the wider shot here, you'll notice the National Weather Service in Memphis has led with this additional warning out ahead that does encapsulate what's going on kind of north as well. We do have these other thunderstorms back out here toward Tunica. Very little of a southerly inclination there. Watch, I'm gonna kind of hold the bottom end of this, and what you'll notice there it's going just the littlest bit south. And so for most locations, it won't be this initial batch we have here that moves through. It's going to be something that kind of fills back in out here toward Clarksdale and Tunica. That's more the zone that will start bringing us to more active weather over the next couple of hours. So that's our overview as of 12:04 a.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawfon, along both meteorologists Chelsea Simmons and Gabe Maynard. You'll also notice individual thunderstorms kind of merging in. See how we get these cell mergers? Sometimes that can have a localized enhancement, and that could be the thing that eventually tries to trigger this to spin something up if it's the case. But near 72 is where we're most concerned. Brownfield there, and we're just east of Brownfield. This is Tippa County. This is Alcorn County. This is moving toward Lone Pine, Theo, and Gift. So let's get this storm track on kind of a slightly wider shot here, and then we'll kind of come in a little more granular on it. And so Lone Pine we show at about 12:16, 12:21 Theo, and Gift at 12:25. If we were to extend this all the way over to where it did impact locations there in Corinth, we'd be looking at Corinth at about 12:35, based on the speed that we have this going about 40 miles per hour or so, which seems fairly accurate with this. Obviously, for folks in Walnut, we need to be in that tornado shelter at this time. But I can fairly safely say that I am not convinced this is producing a tornado. But by the time we're convinced, you know, radar is at least seconds old, so that doesn't really do a whole lot to prepare you for it. So despite the fact I'm not convinced that it's producing a tornado at this point, we need to be treating it as such there. Collegiate, Lone Pine, as well as stay in that tornado safe place, Walnut and Brownfield and Tiplersville. For a bit longer here as this rolls eastward. Define what we're looking at, and this would be a Doppler radar indicated area of rotation. I would still place it as fairly broad rotation at this time, so I'm going to keep my circle. We a lot of times show to give you the area where we generally think it's possible, and I'm going to say that in the next scan it could be as far east as near the Tippa and Alcorn County line that we're looking at this area of circulation. And I would say it's maintaining about this level.
And I think that's part of the reason why the National Weather Service is extending ahead of this as the severe thunderstorm warning. I'll let this go ahead and kind of query it because I'll have to bring that up there. But you'll see that the tag there is rotation detect severe thunderstorm warning as opposed to a full-fledged tornado warning. And that just comes back to the confidence on what this is producing and capable of producing, in particular for this area very near Walnut at this time. So luckily to this point, we do not have spotter reports that this has produced tornadoes. But of course, all that comes after the fact. So certainly what we were watching here. Checking with the storm chasers and everything, it does look like, I mean, just kind of verifying with y'all behind the scenes, this looks like this is, again, not a whole lot of reports coming in, correct?
Yeah.
I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Kate Maynor, on that here for a moment. Agreed?
Yeah, I would say quiet channels are always a good thing. I mean, it shows that there's no damage to be concerned with, at least so far. And haven't gotten reports from the National Weather Service, haven't gotten reports from the storm chasers, and rotations broadening. Great signs.
Yeah.
All the way around.
Yeah, absolutely. No news is good news. We do tend to have less news on a night like this. So, that is at least a part of this, unfortunately. But no news is good news at this instant here. Wider shot, looking at some of those other thunderstorms and looking for blind spots. We're always kind of on the lookout for that. Look about toward Holly Springs here and the possibility that perhaps this becomes one we have to consider. Just checking the different wind modes on the different versions of Storm Track Doppler radar. I would say at this point here, still an area there. We have a little indentation showing up, kind of a little bit of a hook there. So we'll get you a longer track. We're not going to dwell on that one at this point because that still has some time before it would get up and strong enough. But that would be more targeting Ripley and Dumas and eventually maybe Boonville. That's kind of the north-south orientation where that would be the case. So Boonville will be looking about 128 or so for you if that were to hold together. Burnsville close to 2 a.m. Tishmingo about 2 a.m. In the nearer terms over Holly Springs at this time, eventually at Ashland there at about 12:36, Blue Mountain at 12:50. So watching this one could be certainly an area of circulation that we'll continue to monitor over the next little bit here. But I would definitely say that is in a zone where additional tornado warnings eventually could be required. Or at this instant here, still a little time before that ends up being the case. Current time is now 12:08, almost 12:09. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpog, and you are watching continuous tornado warning coverage ongoing now for locations up in Tippa County. As I clear this off, you can see that tornado warning again showing our area of greatest concern up here just east of Walnut. I would say pretty solidly that probably crossing the Alcorn Tippa County line. This is Tippa County, this is Alcorn County, crossing that county line near County Road 711 there, generally heading toward Lone Pine, and eventually on a slightly wider shot here, this track will take it up to and very near the Corinth area, certainly pretty much right on target to make impact in Corinth. Now, that does not mean a tornado is going to make impact in Corinth, but that does mean the part that we've been tracking some rotation on likely will. So don't want to oversell what this is capable of, but also don't want to undersell it as well. So the longer track there does take that again to Corinth, eventually Farmington, and really locations very near the Tennessee state line there, all the way east. So we do go the Gift community at about 12:25, Winnesoga there at about 12:29, Corinth at 12:35, eventually Farmington at about 12:41, Kendrick at 12:47, Damon at 12:51. And eventually up there around Dosky, 12:55, closer to Pickwick Lake area, generally speaking, they're close to around the 1 o'clock in the morning time period. Back to the wind portion of the Storm Track Doppler radar. Luckily, it is all still fairly broad. Now, we're not looking right at surface level, but that is kind of what we always expect in this situation. But I will note one of the reasons we have concern over this outside of just the general broad rotation, there's quite a bit of lightning showing up in this, showing the overall intensity of the thunderstorm. So it is a fairly healthy thunderstorm, all things considered, and the rotation is there. It's kind of in the right spot, and that's the reason why it's worth paying attention to and worth making sure we are in that safest possible location because of that. So I'm going to put on kind of the track that shows basically every church and everything else that's in its path here. Give me a moment to kind of stretch that ahead. If we do that, there we go. And so there aren't a ton of locations that end up showing up there. but we do show lookout school about 12:11, and that is the current time. So right over top of that spot, your Lone Pine at 12:16, and eventually getting closer there, of course, to the gift area, Holly School, or so by around I mean, pretty much right at 12:30. The time period is kind of arriving at some of those spots. So again, 40 miles per hour east, not quite as fast as some that we track from time to time. Let's adjust that storm track based on that. And I have no greater confidence level that this is officially producing a tornado. It's just in a spot where it's possible. I do not have debris or anything like that that I can confirm on this at this time. Now, there is some hail kind of up there toward Essery Springs, just north of the Tennessee state line. I would definitely say that's still the case. But luckily, no official tornadoes on this at this point that we've been able to confirm. And the part of this thunderstorm that is moving toward Faulkner and Tiplersville there, kind of the southern part of this, eventually heading toward Biggersville and Kossuth. We show that around 12:22 for Faulkner, Collinstown, about 12:39. This is unlikely a tornado at this moment, but there will continue to be some rotation on this. And as that rotation kind of moves in, potential is there that this could at some point attempt to produce a tornado once again. So we'll have to monitor that. Gabe, I'm going to trade you back for technical reasons for a moment here to get this connection up and going on our chat with the National Weather Service right here. But certainly still concentrating on that storm up there in Tippa County.
I mean, for sure, it's been producing rotation for what has been now a county and a half, 2 counties, and so it's shown the potential for producing a tornado, but luckily staying void of that so far. Looking at the rotation, continuing to track that along the Lone Pine area, moving into northern Alcorn County. This is moving in a very east. I would argue that the southeast is almost out of the question at this point, just because it has kind of transitioned more into an eastern path.
Agreed.
Looking at Lone Pine 12:15, Gift 12:24, Winnesoga by about 12:28, and Rustler Junction by 12:33. Corinth area 12:34, and I know that's a more populated area, so for communities that are going to be experiencing this rotation, I want to give you guys a bit of lead time as this moves into the Corinth area, at least close enough to it that folks need to go ahead and get to that safe place. So if you are in any of these, hang on 1 second. Can we go ahead and pull back one up on the screen? And we'll give you guys a storm track on that. But I mean, yeah, let's keep it on 1 just because we can all work off of this one.
Yeah, we can we'll keep chroma key on 1. We'll be keeping chroma key on 1. We'll be keeping 2 for the other shot. That makes sense.
Yes. So there's a wasp. That's fun. Lone Pine 12:14. There. You got something?
Yeah, I got something.
Yeah. So okay.
We sort of got it.
Lone Pine 12:14 on into Gift by about 12:23. Gift School 12:23, and we talked about 12:33. Corinth City Park by 12:35. Acton by 12:38. Farmington 12:39. Farmington School by 12:39, and then Alcorn Central Elementary School by about 12:41. Again, this is a longer track, and that rotation has lifted pretty substantially from what it was even when it was in Tippa and Benton County. So it's a fortunate thing, and hopefully it continues that path. I would argue that this is now starting to move more in that northeast path than east. So talking about impacting parts along the Tennessee state line, you can see how that's not a directly east path, but extending more across that Tennessee state line as we head into the next 10, 15 minutes or so. Let me go ahead and take this off and do one more storm track that kind of shows that new path to see that it's trending that way just a bit. So you can see moving across the Tennessee state line and affecting parts of Acton 12:40, Mitchie by about 12:43. So hopefully that continues that course. Hopefully it goes north of Corinth and doesn't impact folks there in northern Alcorn County. Now, looking at the entire line, I mean, you're seeing a very action-packed storm cell. I mean, 371 lightning strikes are being produced as we speak within that system. So this is still a very much alive cell. And what I will say, and I was talking to our meteorologist Chelsea Simmons off behind the scenes, where this looks like it's kind of backbuilding and forcing a bit of that energy off into the tail there near Benton County, moving into Tippa County yet again. Now, rotation-wise, still up in the air, but in regards to hail production, I mean, definitely increasing. You can see those pinks having more returns, and honestly, some of those blacks returning as well. So showing that this is still a pretty decent cell, whether it's producing anything tornadic or not. Wind-wise, still getting anywhere from 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts along the leading edge of that rotation that has been indicated several counties ago. But looking on the back end of this, and I want to see if this has trended down just a bit over the last couple of scans. And still generally broad, but I'm going to go ahead and do a track on that real quick. And just for folks that will be in the path of this, talking about folks in Tiplersville and on into Alcorn County, including parts of Kossuth. We're talking about Tiplersville 1222, Theo by about 1240, and then on there into Alcorn County as it moves further in the eastern direction. Looking back along the line, as we are still seeing just broad rotation within that storm, Holly Springs continues to ramp up a bit more. And what Matt was talking about, whenever that rotation is shown on reflectivity, we see that moisture wrap around, and we're seeing exactly that hook shape we look for being produced just east of Holly Springs. Looking at rotation with this, so far staying generally broad, but we are seeing those greens and reds interact. Still broad from producing anything too major, but enough to keep an eye on as it moves into parts of North Mississippi, back into Benton and Tippa County, the active places so far this evening.
Here's a shot of what folks up there up in Tippa County are kind of seeing. This shot coming in from Faulkner a minute ago. I'll kind of pull this up for you. I mean,
Oh, is it that video?
It is, and I wouldn't say that it's, terribly illuminating, other than the fact that we are, well, okay, it's illuminating because of the lightning there. But no clear indications of a tornado. Certainly a lot of a gusty wind. And the problem with these nighttime storms is you're just trying to guess largely, well, what's going on between lightning strikes. And that can be difficult because, even National Weather Service and ourselves trying to figure out exactly what is going on. And the answer is something. as generic as that is, because we don't have something more conclusive, that's part of the reason why, we're on and kind of covering it the way we are. And in the last about 2.5 minutes, National Weather Service allowing this warning to expire up here for Tippa County. As far as the tornado warning, they're replacing it with this severe thunderstorm warning rotation detected. Do you mind if trading me just a spot here? We'll poke and prod this here for just a second to determine whether or not we're going to go ahead and continue with this. Because what typically policy here at WTVA is that when the tornado warning is lifted, that we'll send you back to regular programming. We want to just make sure that because it is this time of night and there's obviously less less ability for spotters to have a great look at this, just make sure that we're doing everything we can before we send you back to that regular scheduled programming. So as in saying that, this part near Walnut, there's some maybe broad rotation there, especially just near Faulkner on the latest scan there. I would say just northwest of Faulkner. So let's get you a storm track on that. And again, it won't be terribly long until it gets into Faulkner there. But we do show that, in about the next, 4 minutes or so. So either way, I would be in the safer location in your home because severe thunderstorms can and do produce damage. And so the assumption could be that we could have some damaging wind gusts out of this. I don't know for sure I don't believe that is a tornado necessarily in progress at this point. Up here near Lone Pine is the original circulation that we've been watching. And as Gabe mentioned, even more of a little bit of a northerly kick to it on the last couple of scans. I'm going to make sure that at least keep Corinth in that track there. And Winnesoga we showed about 1229, Rustler Junction there at about 1234, Acton at 1240, Kendrick at 1246, and we show Farmington 1241. Let's make sure it actually kicks out Corinth, and you see Corinth at 1235 there. And then the third storm we're going to track that's kind of potentially an impact over the next little bit is this one that was near Holly Springs. I would say probably too small at this point here to officially. I mean, something I'd have to tweak on that for it to produce a tornado, partially because I do think it could potentially be behind this outflow boundary, and that's something we're going to have to look at observations and double check here in a minute, is the wind and how that works. That might be back here behind that boundary. But I show near Holly Springs, if that were to hold together, Ripley would be closer to the path of that. So we'll go ahead and track that directly kind of toward the east, include Ripley, Collinstown, eventually locations there around Boonville. And on that longer track, we show Boonville at about 128. So obviously a little bit more than an hour, assuming we're going about 40 miles per hour or so. But Gravestown, Ashley Furniture area there at about 1256. We're watching some of those spots there. Buena Vista at 1259, Collinstown 113, and Jumpertown about 119. So watching that working its way eastward. But as we look kind of back along this line, a little farther back to the west, those storms still kind of getting their act together. So thankfully, we have a line of thunderstorms trying to, in some cases, spin something up, but I think largely failing to do so. with that in mind, with our last tornado warning lifted, we're going to send you back to regularly scheduled programming. We're going to be here behind the scenes. Anytime something looks like it could be something we need to jump on for, we're going to be doing that. It's going to be a long night of back and forth. And because it's a long night, obviously we recommend that you have multiple layers of protection to protect you in case of severe weather moving to your area. That's part of the reason why we talk a lot about these layers. And that number one is obviously what we recommend most. That'd be weather call, code red, free and available to a lot of folks as well around the area. But make sure you have multiple layers. Layers can save lives in this situation, because if everything kind of goes off at the same time, you go, well, why is that? Because the tornado warning's been issued for you. So make sure you have these layers. We'll be watching things closely. Keep it here for the latest.
I said that before you switched randomly. You went from like 2 to 1 and 2 to 1 to 1.
Well, I think we've got it figured out now, thankfully. Okay, so you can hear us behind the scenes. We're going to kind of keep the stream up. I do think we need to leave the stream up, just for folks behind the scenes, because I do not know that there's going to be a ton of lead time on these. There typically aren't. Yeah, and we'll need to switch back to camera 3 if we could, um, on the chroma. Appreciate that. There we are. Yes, so obviously there's going to be some things we know, some things we don't know over the course of the next hour here. We appreciate your reports. What that video that came in a little bit ago came in from Aiden, I believe, Aiden McKinney up there in Tippa County. We appreciate her for sharing her view. Obviously, the number one thing we prefer is if, hold on. Never mind, we got to go back on.
The issue on Faulkner?
They're drafting, yeah, a new one. Oh, man.
Hey,
We
Faulkner
gotta go back.
failed for,
I got it.
note that too. It's probably 1 to 1.5 inch.
It's gonna be one of those nights, isn't it? We're just like, okay.
I had the easy shift.
Okay, speaking of, how much longer do we want to keep you in and around?
However long you leave.
You know that there's no end to this, right?
Oh.
Whenever, if that's what we're showing right now, hey, yeah, we need to get back on if we can. Okay. Basically, as soon as possible. Let's get the storm track on. Rotation just west of. Hold on, I'm caught up, right? 12:22.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any significant rotation.
Well, I think it's the one that's south of Walnut right now. Hey, are we on? Okay, I guess we are on. Okay, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon back here, 12:24-ish in the morning near Collegiate. National Weather Service planning to reissue tornado warning on this here. As you kind of heard Gabe and I shop talking behind the scenes a moment ago there, there is rotation. I don't know that I would necessarily call it strong rotation. I do think the National Weather Service is going to take an aggressive stance on this tonight because of the time of day, and that's probably, you can make a good argument that's the right choice, to take a more aggressive stance on trying to make sure that people are aware these storms are coming through. So we are anticipating them extending the warning there for locations up and around Tippa County. Assuming I got the right stuff here. Y'all are seeing that as
Yeah.
well? Okay. Okay. So let's get the storm track on it based on, again, same spot, one of the same spots we were tracking just a minute ago here, where we're looking at this instant. So tracking that toward Kossuth, and again, I show it over Collegiate right now, 12:26 current time, basically 12:25 and a half, so pretty close to that as it's moving through the Collegiate area. Mathis School, we showed about 12:30. Union Center School, we're looking at 12:33. Brush School at 12:34. And eventually Theo by about 12:40. Kossuth 12:45, and eventually toward Allentown there at 12:49. So this is Doppler radar indicated rotation, but could potentially be a tornado at this time, trying to develop for some of those spots. So we need to make sure we're in that tornado safe place Lowest floor of a sturdy structure there, a small windowless room where we can wrap up the blankets, pillows, put on helmets, protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Um, Again, North Mississippi storm chasers and spotters are continuing to monitor this. They have people positioned in the path. They have not been able to confirm anything at this time for locations out there in front of this. And so that's obviously some folks that we have kind of monitoring this and watching this. To be clear, double checking the chat there, they decided to go ahead and not extend
They
tornado
put-
warning. Is that the latest discussion that they have in?
Changed our mind, no new tornado warning.
Okay, so let's give it 3 or 4 minutes because apparently we're just showing stormy stuff on NBC at this point anyway. So let's just go ahead and stick with current stormy stuff and not future or past stormy stuff. And just do our due diligence the way we're still doing it on the live stream off of the air. It is 12:27 in the morning, so let's go ahead and do it, kind of handle it that way. Let's get rid of some of these lightning strikes for a moment here. That's a lot of lightning. That's not to say lightning's not important. We do want to probably check power outages here in a
So
minute.
far, nothing.
Nothing? Good sign. Because a lot of times in this situation, we end up having more than a few of those.
I think it's worth mentioning that, you say it's just stormy stuff. This is a large hailpole, and it is producing massive stuff.
Okay, hold on. Let's take a look at that then. I'm gonna look 3D on this thunderstorm here to get kind of an idea on that. So near Tiplersville, obviously, where some of that is. Yeah, I can see that precipitation core extending up in excess of 30 to 40,000 feet or so. See if I can get a slightly better shot on that.
We haven't gotten any pictures, and that's what I'm curious about. But I don't know if I want anyone out.
Oh yeah, no.
no.
Yeah, no, that would not be a good thing necessarily. So there we are. There's a kind of a better angle of it. And let's see if we can cut it down in the intensity here a little bit. So getting this in the latest, we'll just kind of peel off the layers of this onion. And there's that hail that Gabe was mentioning up over Faulkner. Now, a couple things happening here because of the updraft with this. That's part of what's allowing it to produce this large hail. But they're very near Highway 72, slightly south of Highway 72, largely worth. Some of that large tail is expected to fall. Get that kind of joined back up if we go back a scan or two. In fact, let me just go ahead and let this loop here for a moment as it kind of populates that data. But yeah, that's some pretty good size hail there, probably at least an inch in size, maybe an inch and a half in size, and quite a bit that's still held up more than 25,000 feet in the air. So that's the scenario where you're likely to get some of those larger hailstones. And that's, again, all these things are related. They're not independent. You get the rotation. You have the instability that we have out there. This is tapping into that. You get the rotation. It's able to hold the precipitation up, and that's where you get those larger hailstones. So all these things are directly related up out of this thunderstorm up here in Tippa County, moving there again into Alcorn County as well, with at least some rotation associated with this, not necessarily directly the strongest. I showed near Tiplersville, that's what they were watching there a moment ago. It has gone more broad, and that's a good thing. All these things, we like to say anybody can track it when something really bad is happening. It's not hard to figure out. It's more difficult when we're in this situation trying to guesstimate before it kind of spits out a tornado. And luckily, looking back towards Senatobia and even back there into kind of eastern Arkansas, there's not a lot of other thunderstorms that have quite as well organized as this one that we're looking at Tippa County and the one in Alcorn County right now. So current time is now 12:30, 12:29, about to kick over 12:30. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpon alongside our meteorologists Gabe Maynor and Chelsea Simmons, tracking some rotating thunderstorms. It is night. We're not going to know what this is going to do. We're going to have to just make guesstimates on what is possible out of this. And unfortunately, that could be isolated tornadoes tonight. And so that's kind of what we're preparing for as we go through this overnight time period, is that maybe one or two of these areas of spin becomes something more than just a little spin and becomes a tornado. The likelihood is that we would have brief tornadoes in this setup. That's not to say we couldn't have perhaps a brief strong tornado. I would say, though, that it's more likely to have brief tornadoes that certainly cause some damage and need to be monitored. So again, right near 72 is the spot where we're watching this area of circulation. You can kind of see it curling back around there, but it's largely fairly broad rotation, kind of moving near County Road 600, closer there to Kossuth, eventually Glenn and Burnsville, in the path of this storm as it moves through parts of Alcorn County there at this time. So again, tracking that toward the east and southeast. That eventually will kind of clip probably the south side of Corinth there. And so we show Corinth again coming in about 12:54, but that's storm number 2. It is probably the more healthy thunderstorm at the moment, but storm number 1 is what we have up there with the circle that's on the north side there. Largely, some of those houses up here near 350 on the north side there of Corinth being impacted by this in the next few minutes. Near Winnesoga, back there toward the gift community where we are concentrating the hardest on what this could be producing. So we're going to have to look at this a couple different ways. There's that broad rotation right where you see the circle there. I'm going to change our radar site here. And I'm going to kind of force it to go between a couple of different sites. So give me a moment here. So this is looking from up at the Weather Service in Memphis area, and this is looking from down in Monroe County. Largely still broad rotation in both cases there. What this is producing more than something a little bit tighter, which is a good sign, because when it's really tight, that's when obviously we'll most likely have some big problems with it. So luckily at this point, still questions. So let's get a storm track on that. Eastward, speed on it about 40 miles per hour as we have been tracking it. So you see Winnesoga to 1232. That's where it is over top of you at this moment right now. Acton at 1243. Looking at Kendrick 1250. Damon 1254. Pine Flat 1258. 1 o'clock for the Sandy Creek subdivision there on the north side of this, and then we're looking at Crossroads by around 101. Of course, that's not the Crossroads Arena, because of course that would be in the Corinth area on the kind of the west side of town there. But that's certainly a spot where we should probably be in a safer location. Not a lot of folks though going to be at the arena, obviously, tonight at this time of night. Probably nobody at this time of night, hopefully. Man, there's just a lot of interesting things going on with this storm back here around Tipperville. Luckily, it's a lot of interesting things, but not a lot of perfect things. And so just broad rotation, I'd say certainly on the north side there, still showing up. I'm gonna double check. Do either of you think we need to go ahead and stay on for this at this point here?
I wouldn't say there's an immediate tornado.
I would agree, and I don't want to portray something other than, if there is an immediate threat. And I do think that this is an impactful storm, and the lightning on it is very substantial. I just saw it behind Chelsea a second ago. I'm going to pull it up. The lightning strikes back on here as well. Noting the fact that with this lightning uptick, as you can see, just tons and tons of lightning on this storm, it's highly likely that this is probably producing some power disruptions. So make sure that cell phone is plugged in until it's not. Until that power goes out. Kossuth, Bakersfield, expect some power disruptions from this as it moves into the area. But most of the rotation is fairly broad on this at this moment. Let's go ahead and send you, I think, back to regularly scheduled program.
I have
Hold on.
tower cam facing northwest.
Okay.
Looking towards stormy season that way.
Well, let's look at that for a moment here before we go. Just to kind of see some of the lightning. Obviously, we're not going to be able to see a true lowering on this at this distance here. And most of it is fairly distant lightning at this time. But you can see maybe behind my head there lighting it up. We'll have a pretty good vantage point on this as it moves into the area over the course of the next few hours. And to give kind of a broader timeline, there on this, I'm going to kind of fill in the line here. And you notice I'm going with a large chunk there where we do not have people at this moment. I apologize. I apparently clicked on something else. Give me a moment to get our angle here correct, just to get some rough times, assuming it kind of is where we have it there. So rough timing here, if we were talking below 2-ish in the morning on kind of the earlier end, it might actually be something that's a farther back here that actually becomes the part that moves in. Let's get this angle a little better, because these are moving more east. And that, you'll notice we'll adjust that by about a half hour. So, I mean, we're talking deep in the overnight time period. I'm not saying set an alarm for these times, but I am saying don't be shocked if it takes quite a while before it gets to Aberdeen, close to 4 a.m. or so, about Starkville, about 4 o'clock. I mean, we're practically the time that our morning show starts there in the Columbus area. This is not shock. This has been the timing we've anticipated with this for the last 4 days or so leading up. We do not expect that everybody will see tornado warnings from this. We do expect some locations could potentially have that. occur over the course of the overnight hours. We do have, of course, those tornado watches that are in effect for many locations, I should say. I'm trying to navigate here through the different spots to give you that watch warning map. There we go. And you can see pretty much everybody down through Columbus and Clay County out here to Webster County. If another watch is necessary, National Weather Service can extend this. But it's just a reminder that the ingredients are in place to produce tornadoes. Perhaps brief tornadoes, I would say, is the most likely impact from this. But at this exact moment, I would say the likelihood that this is for sure producing a tornado remains up in the air. And so we're going to monitor this section here, obviously very closely. If something changes, just like we did a minute ago, we will bring you additional coverage here, but expect some wind-driven hail potentially out of this, especially moving toward Kossuth and Bakersfield and Glen and the south side of Corinth there as this very electric thunderstorm moves in. For Chelsea, for Gabe, I'm Matt. We'll see you in a minute.
So quickly, but I couldn't put it
I
out.
know we got the one on already. I wasn't sure if we'd gotten the
I thought they were going to one of them. Never mind.
Okay.
Email Aiden. I put one in.
Okay. Okay. So, what is up with this?
Do you want me just to close it? and
No,
reopen it?
no. My job. I'm gonna trade one of y'all out. I'm gonna get this working here. Try to figure out why chat has decided that tonight is the
get
night that
something
they're
else
not
working.
going to work. So I'm gonna trade someone out on here if you'll want it. This is the weirdest thing. Like I closed it, reopened it multiple times.
Well, I do want to get your opinion real quick, Matt.
Go ahead and pop Gabe's mic up if you could, please.
I think it's still on. Is it still on? Test. Yes. Okay, there it goes. Okay, so yeah, we've been tracking this severe thunderstorm warning all night long. Watched it move into parts of North Mississippi as it entered towards Benton and Tippa County and ended up producing a tornado. But fortunately, as of right now, staying void of that so far. Still, this is a very energetic thunderstorm, like Matt was talking about, with some broad rotation still associated with it. Now, we're not seeing anything imminent in regards to tornado development, but let's just talk about, the hail within the system. It has diminished in strength just a bit, but earlier we were getting returns of about an inch to an inch and a half, still probably anywhere from a half inch to an inch, which is still impactful in its own right, but definitely seeing some diminishing in regards to the strength of this thunderstorm. So we look along the line, we're still seeing some of these thunderstorms back towards Marshall County and back just east of Tunica County continue to strengthen as we head further into the night, but still, so far, all that rotation is staying fairly broad as it moves across parts of I-22. Now you can see along that I-22 corridor, these lightning strikes. These are just energetic storms in general. Golly. But so far, not producing anything tornadic. Wind gust, not too crazy in regards to the speed, but still going to be some gusty conditions and heavy downpours as this moves across 22. Hopefully travelers are not on there as it is a night system, so hopefully people are at their homes just waiting to move to their safe place if need be. Severe thunderstorm warning is in place for that storm in northern Tippa County until 1:15 a.m. this morning. So we talked about a late night threat. It's exactly what we're getting, and we're just getting started in the grand scheme of things as this is expected to last until 5, 6, 7 a.m. especially if you're in Noxubee County or Pickens County. I wanted to see if I could get your eye for a second, Matt.
Absolutely.
With this, is this an outflow that it's
Yeah,
running?
no, that's the thing. I think there's an outflow. I think that's behind the outflow in Holly Springs. What he's talking about here is this. I love how we're showing tornadoes right now on TV, but not live ones, thankfully. Ripley, Hickory Flat, Abbeville here. What he's kind of noticing is this green there, and I think we can turn the returns up on that to where we kind of show everything the radar is capable of. It's going to get ugly, ugly gray there, but that boundary, that's either A, outflow, B, is that the front?
The front I know was behind some of these cells.
See, I think so. I think this is probably outflow there. The reason that's important is a thunderstorm to produce a tornado, it needs to ingest pretty good unstable air in order to pull that off. And it reflects right there. If it's 10 miles ahead of this, do we have that more unstable, hot, warmer air that we had today getting into this?
I got
Chelsea.
those station plots
Okay.
on 3.
Okay.
The winds have shifted behind.
Okay, so I mean it's a solid wind shift. Okay, let's bring that up. It'd be a little grody looking, but that's okay. Okay, so yeah, I see you're right. You shift behind at 64-ish versus dew points. Dew points are similar, it looks like, right? I'm seeing that right?
Yeah, it's still 64.
Yeah,
Behind
that's
it.
that's right behind it. So
Yeah.
that it's still in the precipitation, so that's probably part of the reason. One of the other interesting things on that, you have virtually no wind showing up in Oxford or Cologne. We don't have, I think, I don't know that these surface level winds are quite strong enough. We might be able to escape without having a whole lot of this confirmed. Hopefully that's the case. I don't want to jinx us. But 5-mile-per-hour surface winds, like what we're looking at, right there. And then this is what we're talking about a moment ago. There's both Oxford, I think that might be Batesville there, are both coming in at calm the winds right now. That's not usually the case in a scenario like this, and that is just ahead of where that outflow is kind of moving in. I'll bet you can. Yeah.
Because I mean,
See,
see how
this
those
is-
cells just move into it and it's just ingesting it? That one that's forming right now is
Mhm.
going to ride right up into that Holly Springs storm.
Yeah, it will. The question is it what? See, but it's being spawned. What's causing it's the outflow. The
Yeah.
outflow acting as a front, but that tells you this is elevated. We're going to need to look at the difference MLK versus the most unstable cape and see just how elevated that is. You know what? Let's do that for a minute. Let's get a storm track on all this, and let's look at some nerd things for a second to assess what this is capable of doing. I'm going to just go back to wind here. I'm going to pull off those lightning strikes. There's a lot of lightning. Faulkner, east of Faulkner, but I don't have the right angle on these. This is not swinging more north. What we look for this time of night, right? Where this is kind of swinging a little bit more. The angle is changing as it swings the bottom end around. We do not have really a solid example of that at this moment, thankfully, and a large portion of this is reasonably behind the outflow that this has kicked up. So let's get you storm track on the whole thing, and then we're going to look at a few nerd things that I think are important to answering some short-term questions on what these storms are capable of. So there's your storm track. While I get my nerd stuff figured out here for a moment, I think probably the best way to do that is going to be on the iPad here. Just easier to zoom in and out. And I'm going to bring up what we call mesoanalysis. It's something that the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, that we utilize through their web page. Just a moment to kind of pull that up. Anything new coming in from Storm Chasers? Or
The latest thing we have is that video that we put in like from the Faulkner area.
okay, so that's from Aiden. And you said the other one was on Facebook, Daniela? Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so this is going to be kind of gross looking here. This is one way to show this. Is this up and ready to go? Okay. Join me on Nerdcast because that's kind of what we have to do on a night like this. So there's going to be a lot of colors, and we're going to just kind of be poking and prodding this for a moment here. So this is what we call surface-based CAPE, instability fuel for thunderstorms. And obviously we're seeing what's kind of moving into this here. Everywhere where you kind of see these blue sort of slats, there's what we refer to as SIN, which is convective inhibition. And so that means that there's not the correct amount of the way the atmosphere is structured to get storms just kind of pop up. You need something to get lifting the air. And so the fact we already have some storms out there is what's doing it, this boundary. And as that comes in, that'll continue to initiate more storms. So they're not going to just randomly be popping up out here in advance. It's going to take this coming in and disrupting it before things can end up forming and impacting some of those spots. And so with that in mind, what we're looking at here, what we're looking toward and trying to figure out is, do we have a mixed layer versus our most unstable layer here where we have most unstable. So most unstable, this is pretty clearly on here. You can see this, that through 2000. So 2000 most unstable Cape Fear. Now we should be dealing with a mixed layer Cape, and this is the lowest 100 there. 1500-ish. So it's still not impossible that we are still surface based on these. And so at least in this, that gives me enough information to say, hey, it's still not impossible that this is going to try to spin up tornadoes on this. And I think that's reasonable in this situation. So yeah, I would say it's still all that nerdiness to say that, yeah, I think it's pretty likely that this could still be a line that produces tornadoes as long as it is ahead of this outflow boundary. And I think we're still a little ahead on this stuff up here in Alcorn County at this time as well. So zooming in a little closer on that, let's kind of get the latest up here. I'd say now this one up here near Mitchie and Kendrick and moving toward Fredonia and the Sandy Creek subdivision way up here on the tip of Tippa County. This is a spot where this is more interesting, and I would say near Kendrick there, that is a location, a spot that's more interesting than it has been potentially. Let's look at the wind mode there. Now that could be, again, the exact spot we're looking at. The reason that looks more impressive, I'll go ahead and circle it for you there. Your County Road 156, Corinth behind me here right there. This is what meteorologists sometimes refer to as side lobe contamination. Well, what's that mean? Okay, so you have the air out in front here that's kind of going in, but it's picking up rotation that's a little bit higher up. The positioning's pretty close, so it's definitely rotating. It's a spot to absolutely be checking and continuing to watch there. But at this time, I would say that I cannot confirm that to be a tornado based on what radar is looking at, hence the reason we are not back on the air. But this is a storm that could potentially take that next step at some point here, try to produce something more significant in that regard. But thankfully at this moment, not one that I think we can 100% confirm. But let's get a storm track on this ahead for some of those spots that I kind of referenced a minute ago there, such as that Sandy Creek subdivision, which pops up often on our map up here. I'm going to track it from the center of our circle, which again is ahead of where it's showing up on Storm Track Doppler radar, because I want to make sure that we're going as much advanced heads up as possible here. And see here, so this is North Corinth as well. It's a couple things here. So this is some of the hail up there in North Corinth. While you're looking at that, we'll look at that hail at the same time. And you can see those first two spots there again. Tishmingo County Game Refuge we show at 1253, which is only a couple minutes away. This is some of that hail. We'll take that full screen now. Kind of moving there through the north side of Corinth. So at least some hail showing up. I would say that's more reasonable. That's dime. That'd be pushing it to say, I don't know, based on the size of that brick there, it's not impossible to say nickel size hail. Is that reasonable, Chelsea?
Yeah.
From the video. Let's go ahead and put that in the chat.
It's
It is?
Yes.
Oh, so this isn't up
it's the
there.
latest video. Oh, in that chat?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
it's
in
in
that-
this chat. I'll put it in
okay.
there.
Okay.
This video, the one that y'all put from Facebook,
Mhm.
in the lightning, it has that like green hue from the hail and the ice.
Okay.
You can see that.
Let me reconnect that here for a moment. Get that back up. Where you can see that. So the first one, appreciate Chuck Hines for sending us that video from North Corinth. I'd say nickel size hail reasonably. Just gonna connect. And that would be this exact part of the thunderstorm, hence the reason I think it's worth some time to kind of take a look at it here. Because I say it's the exact same part of the thunderstorm that this is producing that. So we at least have an understanding of what this portion is capable of. Okay, now let's bring that back up here. So this video coming in from Jennifer in Faulkner of the lightning. As Chelsea mentioned, you definitely have that glow, perhaps a greenish sort of glow because of the ice and the hail there. But unfortunately, this is not a particularly visual thunderstorm. And that's the problem. Even the storm chasers out there tonight, up there close to the Iuka area, are having to just, wait for the lightning flashes to see if they see something more. And thankfully, we have not. Appreciate Jennifer with that picture as well. Looking at the wind here, just kind of assessing overall. There are a couple of little areas that I'm also looking at down the line here, Farmington and back toward the west. Let's go ahead and, it's easy to see like 1, 2, 3-ish there that we're looking at. I don't know that they're going to align well with where the precipitation is. So I'm going to flip back and forth here about 4 or 5 times to get an idea. I don't know that any of those, thankfully, are strong enough to for sure be producing. But because there's just like 3 or 4 little spots here kind of whipping around, we're going to track that whole batch there. I am going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here for a moment. Obviously, you have had a very close eye on how this forecast for tonight has evolved. Is there a component of upper level winds or something that's going to kick through that's going to bring any additional enhancement on this based on kind of the latest look at models over the course of the evening?
Well, it's just going to be the progression of that frontal boundary, especially for that leading edge of the storms. We had this isolated batch, and I talked to you about it earlier today, and this is what produced that tornado warning up around Tippa County. So it was no surprise there in regards to what models were showing, but what models saw after was a linear segment that moved in overnight, and that's where a lot of us will get our thunderstorm activity. And so it's going to ride that unstable air. It's going to ride those mid to upper 60 dew points and either strengthen or maintain its strength as it moves in from parts of Louisiana and Arkansas. So it's going to be that frontal boundary that's going to be the big driver in our forecast. A lot of people are asking, what about me? What about me? Am I in the clear? Oh, these aren't going to hit me. Well, guys, we're just getting started. We timed it out, and we were talking about 11 to about 7 a.m. So if you've not been hit yet, you're going to have a thunderstorm. I can say everyone will get a thunderstorm. What it produces, that's the question. And so far, parts up in the northeast area, part of our viewing area, getting that tornado warning out towards our west, getting some severe thunderstorm warnings with large hail. So it's shown all types of severe weather. And that's what we're watching through the night. And of course, we'll be with you guys through the wee hours as well.
Absolutely. Speaking of that point, it probably is about time to cycle you home at this point here. Here's my thought as to why. Obviously, we are tracking tonight, but I think we all know that if you watched Gabe at 10 o'clock tonight, that there are additional chances for severe weather later this week. Very good arguments. Well, a good argument for Wednesday and Thursday, but there's still some preference north and west and potentially Friday. Let's just stop talking about days at that point there. The forecast remains active into Saturday and next weekend potentially. And trying not to burn everybody out between then and now is probably the right choice.
What we signed up for? Spring in Mississippi.
Well, I agree. But you still have to pace yourself, right?
Yeah.
When you sign up to play football and you're that kid, it's like, I just want to hit somebody. Well, you also have to sit out for a little bit and shake it off. So I would say let's cycle you out so that we have you prepared for later this week. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate everything that you are doing and have done. And I would say that if we had one that was like a true bogey, we'd keep you in at this point here, and perhaps that's what the storm back here closer to Ripley ends up becoming. It is closer to that interaction point than some of the others is.
Well, just sucked in that outflow.
Yeah,
So,
and it's kind of just lined back up with that outflow. What Gabe was kind of referencing there when we were talking about this a minute ago. You had this boundary that's kind of running in advance here, and I'd say it's still a little bit in advance, but this one potentially is going to get pinched back in toward it at some point. Now, if that were to happen, it'd be out here probably closer to Dumas, maybe Frankstown or Boonville before that happens. But just using the general size, just sizing up the competition, however you want to look at it here. This one in size is closer in size to the Corinth and the other storm up there in northern Tishomingo County than it was a little bit ago. And size does matter when we're talking about storms, on whether or not the storms are big enough, frankly, to be able to produce the kind of weather that we're looking out for at this time. This way back here, I think reasonable to say that this actually might be the front. Is our front actually to Little Rock right now?
Yes.
Say that is the front there, starting to line back up.
Dew points show it relatively well. If you
Okay.
want to look at that.
Yeah, we'll look at you, and you had dew points up on 2 a minute ago. I feel like
They're off of 2 now.
okay, that's fine. I can pull it up.
I got the
Alternately.
station clocks back on.
Okay, yeah, station plots back up on 3. Okay, we'll do that. And are you logged into 3 as you, or on the 2 as you, or is
We're
it
getting
Dave?
logged in on
I'm switching to 2 right now.
Okay. Okay, once you get 2 up, I'll have to switch you in so I can switch 1 to me.
Okay.
That makes sense. So we, a lot of behind the scenes talk at the moment here as we're kind of jostling and trying to, get things re-prepared before the next batch decides to do whatever it decides to do. Because I do expect that we'll continue to kind of fill this in here, and then our line kind of push through as we go throughout a large chunk of this overnight period. So expect it to be kind of a long night, unfortunately.
You guys got this.
We do have this. Thank you for starting this, or starting the first part of covering this, I should say. Okay, so let's come back up north here. Kind of take a look at the latest here. Current time is 12:57. As you can see, our severe thunderstorm warning with that tag rotation detected up here into Alcorn, northern Tishomingo County. Looking at the wind mode on that, there are a few spots, Collinstown, Bakersville, that we are watching. Let's stop at kind of latest scans for a moment. And again, any of these areas rotation, like I'm watching this one here fairly closely, right? I'll put my finger right there at our rotation interaction. You'll notice that it's not quite in the storm. That's again that effect that we sometimes call side lobing. And so that's one of the signs that yes, it is rotating, but that rotation might not be completely getting down to the ground. It does look like once again the data on this is not working. Want me to trade you out again for a minute, and I'll
Are
I'll
you
fight the
on
fight.
my workspace in here?
I'm on your workspace.
Okay,
Yes.
because that's in read-only mode, so
Yeah.
it may stutter if I try to do something.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the lock on this, but I think whether one's already.
Weather 1 is probably not.
Yeah, so this is gonna take the lock.
Okay.
And reload everything.
Okay.
But that should still work, we're just not gonna be able to save anything on that.
That's
which
fine.
is
I don't
not
need to
an
save
issue.
anything right now.
Exactly.
All right, let me pull it back up, and then we can switch to 2. So you just want to do that behind the scenes. What do you mean?
There you go, you're fine.
Okay, can we switch to weather 2 now, behind the scenes? Okay, there you go. So you can have weather 1 now.
Okay, that works.
All right. So the time is just before 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm meteorologist Chelsea Simmons right now, and we are tracking a severe thunderstorm warning through our northern counties. This does include places through northern Tippa County, that storm continuing to push closer towards Ripley right now, Alcorn County, and then northern Tishomingo County included under this severe thunderstorm warning. Now, they do have this as rotation detected. If you have been up a while, you may have seen the tornado warning that happened about an hour ago. Now, that was just rotation detected. Luckily, we have not had anything confirmed so far this morning other than some hail. And the viewer videos that we have got, some nickel-sized hail, nothing too extremely large, but definitely thunderstorms that you don't want to be out and about in. We have had also some viewer videos of a lot of lightning, so this is a very electric storm. So that may be waking you up with a lot of those flashes, maybe that thunder as well. Now, kind of looking at the direction that this is tracking, that line of storms primarily heading to the east. So for places towards Rienzi, you'll see that soon. Collinstown, kind of right over top of you. Crossroads, Iuka, this storm is pushing in your direction. And I want to get a track on that as it moves through some of our northern counties. So right now, Ripley, Corinth, seeing that heavier rainfall, a lot of lightning, thunder along with that. And then Iuka, Boonville, Tishomingo, you'll be seeing that soon, kind of getting a longer track on that as it pushes through our area. Sometimes on that storm, that's going to be closer towards Jumpertown there at 129, Boonville there at 144, closer towards Patton there at 211, Tishomingo State Park at 223, Florence off towards Alabama there at 246. If it holds its strength, could still be a severe thunderstorm warning by the time it makes it to your area. Now, another thing that we have tracked with these storms is going to be the hail along with that. So I do want to take a look at some of that hail size compared to where it was earlier. Not as large, but the largest hail that we do see is going to be just west of the Kossuth area, north of Collinstown. You can see more of those deeper blue colors, and that's going to be closer towards nickel, maybe quarter-inch size hail. So if you have any of those reports after that storm pushes through, you can send them in to us through our WTVA weather app or email them at weather@wtva.com. Especially since it is the overnight period, this does make some of these storms dangerous that we are tracking with the hail and the wind and that potential for tornadoes through the overnight. So you don't want to be out and about in these storms, but after that storm pushes through, if you do have any of those reports, they are helpful for us to get an eye onto what's happening through the overnight. Since it is dark, it is quiet for most places right now. Now, looking on down the line, there is a large break in that line of thunderstorms, but models do have storms developing over the next several hours. So for a majority of the area, there are not thunderstorms already out into the delta that are going to be tracking into the area. They're going to develop over the next several hours. So still needing to stay weather aware through our entire area. And that's why most of North Mississippi under tornado watches, and you can see that extends through West Point, Columbus, even down towards Kilmichael. And that extends until I think about 5 o'clock in the morning. Looking at those extending in the northern half, 5 a.m., and even down towards the Golden Triangle region, still going until 5 a.m. So have multiple ways to get those notifications. This is overnight. And since it is overnight and tomorrow's Monday, that means work, school. So go to sleep, but have multiple ways to get those alerts. And some good ways to get those notifications. That is going to be WTVA weather call, WTVA weather app, no weather radio. That's a good way in case your power goes out, your phone dies, maybe your internet goes out at the house. Code red alert, FEMA app. You need more than one source to get this information so you can stay as protected as can be. So looking back on radar right now, it is 104, and what we are tracking is a severe thunderstorm warning that is tagged rotation detected. We have seen a lot of broad rotation with some of these storms as they push through places like Tippa County, Alcorn. It's going to be moving into northern Prentiss County soon, and then over towards Tishomingo County. And once again, the storm is primarily moving to the west, so not a lot of that southern descent, but for those storms that is like closer towards Ripley, Hickory Flats, that is going to push just south of the kind of bottom of that tornado warning. So for places Ripley over towards Boonville, even though you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning, bottom of that severe thunderstorm warning right now, even though you're not included in that, you will get heavier rainfall, a lot of lightning, and maybe actually some small hail along with that. For a severe thunderstorm warning, that hail has to be 1 inch in size. It has to have a tornado possible. That's why you have that rotation detected, or wind speeds greater, wind gusts greater than about 56, 57 miles per hour. And that's that category of, you need one of those for a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's why that severe thunderstorm warning is ongoing right now. It's because it does have that rotation detected. So still a storm that you need to kind of keep an eye out for. It's moving closer towards the crossroads area, kind of right over top of you. Burnsville, you're out in front of that. Glenn, that rain is just starting to move in. You'll get that heaviest rain here in just a few more moments. But I do want to take another track on that for places just in that severe thunderstorm warning box. Get an accurate track on that as that is moving just east. For places, Burnsville there at 123, Waterloo there at 135, and then Riverton 139. Kind of track it a little bit south and east to include Iuka. Iuka there at 134, and then that gets closer towards Underwood there at 201. Now, taking a wide look, let's clear that off first. Taking a wide look at some of these storms, there is still a lot of that heavier rainfall. Ripley back just north of the Myrtle area. So if you're there along 22 in Myrtle, just north of that, still seeing a lot of that heavier rainfall. Dumas Bluff area there in southern parts of Tippa County, that rain is just about to push into your area. A lot of lightning along with that. And I'll take another look at the hail to see how that is trending. The largest hail that we still have is they're right on that southern edge of the severe thunderstorm warning box. So it's going to be close to County Road 500, County Road 549 right there. You can see some decent sized hail. And then also on that Alcorn, Tippa County line right there, you can see a little bit of that smaller hail as well. So hail was primarily what we have seen this morning. Now it is 1:07. Through the overnight so far. It's primarily what we've seen. We have had rotation detected, but nothing confirmed so far as tornado-wise. So that's thankful, and hopefully it stays like that. So we don't have much of anything to worry about if it does stay like that. But still needing to make sure you are aware and prepared for those storms that could develop over the next several hours and as we progress through the morning. Now, I also want to take a look at a model to kind of show you how those storms will progress. Let me find one of those. So looking at this model right here. So even in that, you can see that there is a large gap in some of those storms out towards the delta. But as we progress that forward over the next few hours, you can see there is a little bit more development kind of on the tail of those storms and then in that gap. So as those storms continue to push in, we'll see more of those pop up and then push across the area. And even closer towards 6:30 in the morning, we're still looking at a lot of those storms from Monroe County down through the Golden Triangle region, Louisville, there at 6:30 a.m. Now, there are some school delays because of the timing of these storms, which those are on our website, WTVA.com. Under the closings tab, you can find a list of those. Now, I'm also going to take a look at the rotation with these storms. As that pushes across, we have seen some of those storms already try to rotate and still some of that broad rotation there over the next few hours with the storms continuing to push through Prentiss, Tishomingo County, and that's what that red streak is there. Looking at the rest of the Atlanta storms there at 3 o'clock, we're not seeing a lot of development just yet at that point, but you can start to see a little bit of that red showing up there. And as we progress over the next few hours through that, we continue to see closer towards that's 5:30, 6 o'clock, more of those bright red streaks. And you can see one from Grenada to Houston down towards Kilmichael. Now, the positioning of that is relative, but what this shows is that we do have the chance for more possible tornado warnings or possible rotation detected. So that's why you are still needing to have multiple ways to get those notifications. Since it is through the overnight, you need some way to be able to wake you up. Now, as we continue to look 6, 7 a.m., we're still seeing some of those bright red streaks there on storm rotation. Now, it starts to move out of our area as we look closer towards 8, 9 o'clock, even 9 o'clock. One of those storms showing up through parts of Pickens County, Alabama, and that rotation's starting to move out. A little bit of that storm down closer towards Macon. So this does linger into your early Monday morning by the time some folks are getting out for their morning commute. Now I want to look back at what is happening right now. So for most of us, we're fairly calm. What we are tracking is through our northern counties right now, and it's what we've been tracking over the past hour and a half. Severe thunderstorm warning, but with that tag rotation detected. So we've seen broad rotation with this storm. Luckily, nothing confirmed. The only thing we have seen from Bureau reports is a lot of lightning and hail, but some we've had reports from the National Weather Service back out to our northwest with some of that hail that was fairly large. Luckily, the viewer reports that we have seen about nickel, maybe quarter size hail on the large side. But where we are looking at the severe thunderstorm warning right now is just moving into the Glen area, Crossroads area, Burnsville. You're out ahead of this storm as this is primarily tracking east. Not a lot of north or south movement with that. So Burnsville, Iuka, you're kind of right on that line of the severe thunderstorm warning. So you could get that heavier rainfall, windy conditions as well. Can I get another track on some places really along that entire line? And that does extend all the way back towards Ripley, Myrtle area, just north of the New Albany area. So I do want to track that entire line as it is moving eastward. And that's going to be getting closer to some of those locations, Boonville, Tishomingo, a little bit later this morning. So closer towards Boonville there at 1:15. So that's in the next 3 minutes. Boonville there at 1:38. Closer towards Underwood there at 2:09. Florence, Alabama, 2:20. Closer towards Kingston there at 2:36. I think that's right outside of our area as well. I'm going to try to get Tishomingo included in that. Closer towards Sheffield there at 2:31. It's not wanting to include Tishomingo. Tishomingo and Iuka is going to be about the same time, 1:27 kind of for Iuka. Tishomingo is going to be there shortly after because it's more on that southern end of the storm. But for places through Tishomingo County, Alcorn County, Tippa County is still included in that severe thunderstorm warning box, but most of the severe thunderstorm that we are tracking is now outside of that warning box. So the severe part that we are tracking is for places Alcorn moving into Tishomingo County right now. So still needing to stay weather aware as we are heading through the overnight, because with that tab rotation detected that you see kind of at the top of your screen, that means we have that broad rotation within these storms that could try to spin up a tornado fairly quickly. And with this being through the overnight, you need to make sure you can take that action fairly quickly and get to your safe spot as needed. Now, for most of the area, fairly calm right now. I mean, we're not tracking much of anything just yet, but we are watching back out towards the west, places towards Arkansas and the Delta for more of that development. And if we do look a little bit farther out to our southwest, there is some of that development already. South Arkansas, parts of Louisiana, with some severe thunderstorm warnings already this morning. So we are continuing to see some of those storms start to pop up, nothing moving kind of into the Delta just yet. You can see a little bit of that rainfall already out towards eastern parts of Arkansas. And that's what we're tracking for future storms over the next several hours. And this will span through the overnight period and into your morning commute. So this could cause for some travel issues in the morning. There are already some school delays, but you can find that at WTVA.com under the closings tab. It'll show you those delays. I think there's Aberdeen, I know, is under one. I think Okolona maybe with a delay this morning. So if you do not know, we'll get those up. And as they continue to come in, we'll update that through the morning. But the time is 1:15 right now. I'm meteorologist Chelsea Simmons alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Loughlin. And what we are tracking now is a thunderstorm that has been pushing through some of our northern counties. And the National Weather Service Memphis continues to update that severe thunderstorm warning box as that pushes across now Alcorn, Tishomingo County. They took off that Tippa County part of the storm since that is continuing to move outside of that severe thunderstorm warning
I
box.
think they're gonna reissue for Southern Tippa.
Okay, they're gonna reissue for Southern Tippa. Okay. So what they're going to reissue for is going to be the part of the storm that has moved through Ripley right now. That's kind of close to Highway 4 there, and where that's going to track, and it's going to be closer towards the Dumas area, and eventually push into northern Prentiss County. So if they do issue that, that's probably going to include Tippa County, Prentiss County along with that, and they just issued that. So looking at that new severe thunderstorm warning, that extends until 2 a.m. The time now is 1:16. And it does include as far south as places Concord, Alpine, Baldwin area over towards Marietta. And why this storm has been issued is because you can see that tag at the top, rotation detected. We've tracked these storms over the past now over hour, and we've had that broad rotation. And some of these storms could spin up fairly quickly. So needing to make sure you know where that safe place is so you can take that when the time comes, when that is needed. Now I'm going to get another track on that particular severe thunderstorm warning. And looking at that, that's just north of the New Albany area. So New Albany, you're fairly quiet right now, but that's going to be tracking closer towards Boonville, Baldwin area. So Dumas here in the next minute. That's kind of right over top of you. Concord there at 120, Jumpertown 125, Thrasher there at 134, Boonville there, if that holds together, 138, over towards Frankstown 144, Tishomingo there at 207, and that's going to be the most recent severe thunderstorm warning box that we now have. Once again, that's going to be that rotation detected possible tornado is why that's been issued. So clearing that off, I want to get another track at the original one that we have been tracking up through parts of Alcorn, Tishomingo County right now.
And
And-
if you pop up Apple TV, up there, I have a shot from Adrian.
Let me get this in
Pop
play
my
mode.
mic up, pop my mic up real quick. I'll unmute my mic as necessary. But up here, Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers.
I gotta get it in play mode, I'm sorry.
Second.
Didn't have it in play mode.
Got it. So we'll get that back up and going here in just a moment.
You said Apple TV.
Yeah. And it's a picture. He has had his drone up about 100 feet above ground level, kind of looking back into this there, the low hanging stuff.
Okay.
He says, based on what he is seeing, it's reasonable that it is in fact surface based still. I don't think that's unreasonable by any stretch. But yeah, obviously illuminated by lightning there as that line kind of moves in. Lots of little low hanging stuff, but no obvious tornadoes, thankfully, at this point. This now, admittedly, this image is now about 7 or 8 minutes old, but a fairly fresh look for this time
Yeah.
of night.
Oh yeah. And see, that's the hard part about overnight storms is that we do not have a lot of visual with this. So that's why we are thankful for the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and our people with that help us get a look at some of these storms. So looking at what we have out there right now, we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing through our northern counties. That is going to include places through Tippa, Prentiss County, up towards Corinth, and Tishomingo County, with a few of those thunderstorms that are still continuing to track through. And the reason that those are issued is because of that tag up there that has rotation detected. If you have been up for a while, you may have been under a tornado warning earlier this morning. We don't have any of those currently, but they can spin up fairly quickly. So that's what we are tracking right now, that potential for any tornadic activity. Now looking closer at that storm, a lot of lightning. We've seen that with those storms as they've continued to push across, a very electric storm. You may even just wake up from a lot of those lightning flashes outside your window. But where we are tracking that right now is just about to be moving into the Dumas area, Bluff area, and then there along County Road 538 is where we are starting to see that heavier rainfall moving in. Jumpertown, you're out ahead of this. Rienzi, also just out ahead of this. Blackland, Boonville area, you probably have about 20-30 minutes before the storm moves into your area. When was the last time that we did a time check on the speed check on this?
It's been probably 30 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna get another speed check on this.
Good call.
Just to make sure we're getting some of those times right. So this may look a little bit weird to folks at home, but bear with me. All right, so these storms are moving about 40 miles per hour. So let me make sure that we are timing all these correct for you. Hopefully that happened. Yes, still 40 miles per hour. So another look at, let's get another look at some of the timing on these
And I'm going to
storms.
bring up our chat with some folks online just
Okay.
to kind of double check a little bit of what they're saying here. And unfortunately, the laptop is kind of showing up a shot a little bit, but we can see, you
Well,
know,
I'm
some
sure
light.
we'll see.
Mainly, it's just complaints about lightning, things of that nature. Storming horribly in Glen at this time, and hail starting in Burnsville. Hey, Nikki, in Burnsville, there, if you can give us an idea on hail size, that would help out.
So here's some times on that storm right there. Ayuka there at 126, Boonville there at 137, Baldwin at 150, Florence, that's over towards Alabama, 206, Tishomingo State Park 213, Belmont area there at 223, Golden 228, Tuscumbia there 233 for the entire line of storms. And really there is severe thunderstorm warnings kind of on that north extent of that, and then also that bit of a southern extent on those thunderstorms we are tracking. Now,
A new fresh picture coming
Okay.
in from Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. So that storm gets there closer to Iuka, and you know, largely just looking at
you want to bring that up?
yeah, you should be able. It should say FTV on the side there. Just keeps disconnecting
Okay.
from us. I'll have it for you in a couple seconds. There's some kind of internet issue going on tonight. Now it should be up.
Okay,
Double
let me
check.
try again. Okay, it is up
There
now.
we are. So this just moments ago from Adrian with North Mississippi Storm Chasers, and yeah, there's some low hanging stuff there. In the distance, of course, this is looking just at a single lightning strike. I don't see anything that's obviously a tornado at this time. A strong storm, gusty winds, and probably some decent sized hail in that. And from time to time, we've been getting what we call hail spikes, which is a way in which the radar analyzes it and kind of the beam refracts down beam more than it should. A sign of large hail we've gotten from time to time out of these, but just dark clouds at this point on this shot there. But that's a good sign. At least it's not dark clouds showing as obvious funnel.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
So we're continuing to monitor some of these storms right now. Okay.
Hit the X, yeah.
All right. For places, it's past Corinth right now, moving into Iuka, and that's going to be moving through Tippa, that southeast corner of Tippa County, and then Boonville, Marietta, Baldwin. You're still out ahead of these thunderstorms.
Go ahead and hit Apple TV in the small version again.
Okay.
Got a better ground level video coming in from Adrian there.
And where is he at?
He is. It's interesting. He's up there, same spot up there in not Alcorn, northern Tishomingo County.
Okay.
And so we'll just leave that up while you're kind of tracking some other stuff. for a
Okay.
minute.
So that's northern Tishomingo County where we are tracking right now. You can see Burnsville Crossroads, a lot of that heavier rainfall, lightning kind of right over top of your area right now. But for places, Iuka, that's going to be shifting into your location soon. And so what we are tracking threats with this right now is going to be a lot of lightning, some potential for hail, and then also that tag up there, you can see rotation detected with that storm. We have had that broad rotation with these thunderstorms, so that's where we are tracking that higher threat is the potential for tornadoes through the overnight. And since this is through the overnight, that's why you want to have multiple ways to get those alerts right now. On downline of the storms, we're still tracking some of those same impacts. Moving into Dumas right now. Alpine, that may stay just north of your area. The same with Baldwin. You won't get as heavy of that storm, but for places, Frankstown, Boonville, over towards Prentiss County, Hobo Station, you may see some of those heavier impacts. And that's going to be in the next 30 minutes or so. I'm going to take another track along that line of storms, moving into, put that off, Boonville there at 138, over towards Frankstown there at 143, new site 202, Bay Springs Lake 209, and then over towards Mingo there at 214 as that continues to track. Most of this is just primarily east. There's not a lot of north or south movement with these storms, but they have shifted through since about an hour and a half ago. We did see some north movement, south movement, so we're continuing to monitor that. But right now, primarily just moving directly east.
Here's another shot of some video from Ashley up in Corinth.
Okay, where's that at?
If you bring up on
Apple TV, okay.
Yeah. As the storm kind of moved through that area just a little bit ago, obviously nearly continuous lightning. The trampoline's still
I
on
was
the
about to say
ground.
the trampoline's still there, so
Isn't that the Mississippi flag on the night like tonight, trampoline flying through the air? But it's no issues with that at the moment. Or if that, and I don't see a ton of wind
no.
looking
I
at
mean,
that.
you would be able to see the netting on that trampoline moving,
Yeah.
and it's hardly moving at all.
Yeah. That's
Which
about
is-
positive.
Yeah, I was gonna say, which is good. Hey, if there's no winds, just lightning, I wouldn't say enjoy the light show, don't be outside. But hey, at least there's not a lot of wind with that, so
Yeah.
I'll take it.
I'll check and see if I can get some power outages here in just a moment.
Okay. I might just be able to refresh that on 3 real quick. There's about 100 more power outages than earlier, but still nothing,
Nothing
significant.
Okay, that's
which is good. Just keep it that way. But I do want to show you some different ways to be able to get these alerts just in case your power does go out. Don't know if my mouse has stopped working. It's not
are
letting
you
me
on
zoom
2 or
back
you're
out.
you're on 1? That's why. Change back to 2.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Now it is. Sorry. All right, so different ways to get those alerts just in case your power does go out. This is why you need multiple different layers with that. So WTVA weather call, WTVA weather app, no weather radio, code red alert, and also that FEMA app are different ways to get those notifications if needed through the overnight. And you'll need something that will wake you up. So don't put your phone on silent, make sure it's on loud, make sure it will wake you up if you do fall under a warning. Now, behind these line of storms, there's not much of anything developing through the rest of the overnight. So for places, Walnut, Corinth, that rainfall's just about to be moving out of the area. I'd say that heaviest rain, that lightning's kind of out of the Corinth area. Allentown, Lone Pine, you can go to sleep right now. Have a good rest of your night's sleep. But if you are still out ahead of these storms, I wouldn't say stay up all night. Have those ways that will wake you up though, because we still are tracking these storms that are pushing through, and then also that potential for development that's back out to our west. Not a lot of storms out towards the Delta right now, but it does look like there has been a little bit more of that development through southern parts of Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and those are those storms that will continue to track in. Hopefully we don't see a lot of that development, and we won't see much of anything, but we are still here and tracking that potential for some of those thunderstorms. Now, looking at those thunderstorms right now that are moving through places, those northern counties, that's what we have out there in our area currently. But back towards southern parts of Arkansas, that's a lot of lightning with that. A lot of lightning with that storm through southern parts of Arkansas. It's going to be Highway 425, close to Highway 278, if you're familiar there with southern Arkansas, close to the Longview area.
Yeah, that's 575 strikes in the last 3 minutes of that.
That's a light show.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Half hour, 1,300, half hour of that. So I mean, that's pretty impressive.
And that's where we are tracking that potential for some development. I think that got switched back to 1 on. No, it got switched back to 1 back there. Yeah.
You want
Can-
to take one.
Okay. Alright, I'll just take over 1. So what we are tracking right now, the time is 1:30. I'm meteorologist Chelsea Simmons alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpon, and we are tracking a couple severe thunderstorm warnings right now, both tagged as rotation detected. And that's that threat right now, is we've seen some broad rotation with these storms, and we are continuing to track that potential for some spin up tornadoes within this line of storms that we have out there right now. Now, another impact that we are seeing is the hail potential with these storms. So we have seen reports of nickel, maybe quarter sized hail, but most of it has been fairly mild hail. But we are still tracking those storms right now. It's primarily moving directly east. So Ryanzi, that storm is just getting into your area. Iuka, that storm is going to be moving into your area soon. Boonville, Frankstown. I do want to look at some of that hail size. The largest hail definitely that we see is going to be north of the Dumas area, close to County Road 621 through south and eastern parts of Tippa County. And that's going to be moving into Jumpertown soon. And then if that holds together, Thrasher with some of that larger hail. So I do want to take a track on that storm as it continues to move across. Let me make sure this timing is correct. Yes, 40 miles per hour. Right now it is moving into Jumpertown with that newest scan. And that's going to be closer towards Blackland, Boonville, Frankstown here in the next few minutes. Some times on that Blackland there at 138, so that's in the next 6 minutes. The Wheeler there at 148, Burton 201, New Site there at 205. Extending that a little bit further. Bay Springs Lake there at 210, if that holds together. And these storms have held about like they are the past hour or so. So if you are under one of these severe thunderstorm warnings right now, we are tracking the potential for rotation for that chance for some spin up tornadoes. So with that being said, you need to be steps away from that safe place if you do end up under a tornado warning, if this does try to spin up anything.
Hey, so Chelsea, also National Weather Service looks like they're going to be issuing the Storm Prediction Center a severe thunderstorm watch for the southern part, south of the tornado watch as well.
Okay.
So everybody will be under a form of watch one way or another. I'm getting some really impressive pictures back in just of the overall structure of the storm from Ashton with North Mississippi Storm Chasing. I'm trying to get an exact location on that. I'll get that out.
Okay.
But I do think it's probably close to where Adrian is.
Okay.
I do think it might be up and ready.
Where's it? Apple TV?
Yeah.
Okay.
So check that. But
Yes.
pretty good lightning strike there. Appreciate Ashton for sending that. There's kind of the edge of it. And you can see kind of the wider shot. That's zoomed in. There's kind of a wider shot there. But as the edge of the storm, lightning, I hope the shot is there. So definitely one thing you can see here at the bottom there, there's clearance between the bottom of the storm and the ground. So no tornadoes out of that. That's not to say it's not organized. It could eventually do something. Pretty rough looking.
Yeah, I mean that's those kind of scary, dark, ominous clouds that you are potentially looking at right now, especially since it is really illuminated with a lot of that lightning. But since it does not touch the ground, we don't see that funnel or that rotation from the cloud to the ground. That's right now it is just that severe thunderstorm warning, and we don't have any tornado warnings, thankfully, at this moment. Now we do have tornado watches in effect for most of our area. That is going to be for places that are around the Golden Triangle region, West Point, Columbus, over towards Kilmichael and north, and that extends until 5 a.m. So this probably will lead into some folks' morning commutes. So if you do have to head out early for work, school, this could slow you down a bit. Now, some of those schools are delayed, and you can find that at WTVA.com under the closings tab, and we'll update that if we get any more of those in already. But I think there's about a handful of school delays already with this. Now, looking at what this green box is, what that is a severe thunderstorm watch. And you can see it extends pretty much up into the southern end of our county. So that includes places closer to the Golden Triangle region, through Attala County, Montgomery County, over towards Noxubee County, included kind of in that green outline of that box there. And that will go through the early morning as those storms that we're tracking are still back out towards Louisiana. So they still have a ways to go before they move in. So this is going to be a long night. For some folks, far northern places, Corinth up towards northern Tippa County, you can go ahead and go to sleep. But that severe thunderstorm watch will go until 8 a.m. and that extends through some of our southern counties. So have multiple ways to get those alerts since it is through the overnight time period, and just be able to wake up and get to your safe place as needed. But what we are tracking right now is severe thunderstorm warnings. This one moving through Prentiss County or moving into Prentiss County, extending until 2 a.m. And that's going to be moving into Boonville there soon. That northern end, northern kind of leading edge of that storm there through Prentiss County, closer, really right along Highway 45. Here in the next few minutes, it's going to be getting into Boonville, Blackland area, and some times on that storm as that pushes across Blackland there at 1:43. So that's in about the next 6 minutes. Boonville there at 1:49. Wheeler there at 1:52. Over towards Tishomingo State Park there at 2:24. Bloody Springs there at 2:29 as that storm continues to move through the area.
Okay, and I need to clarify, those pictures we had available with that structure, that seemed like a fairly large building for that was out closer to Tunica.
Okay.
So those pictures not that way closer.
Okay.
We do have a video coming in from Brian, with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, of one of the storms, and his location would be kind of up here close to the Ryenzi, and a remote, let me go and pull that up over here. Kind of the rain and the wind definitely blowing around as that kind of came in. So he had definitely more rain there. There's a camera kind of some of that.
Stand on this side. You can see kind of the wind blowing that rain, and that's what we're seeing. Kind of, you can see that what looks like a wave with that rainfall there is because of how strong some of those winds are. So we looked at that video earlier and we said, hey, it doesn't look like a lot of wind, but this video shows different. You said that's closer to the Ryenzi area.
Yeah.
So that is in our area as that storm pushes through. I mean, you can just see those waves with that rainfall moving across that driveway there.
I mean, I've only seen probably 40 mile an hour winds on
Yeah.
that boats. Maybe only 30 to 40 mile an hour winds.
Maybe some stuff outside blown around, but it doesn't look like severe thunderstorm winds, which,
So you can see that was about 10 minutes ago, 1:26 a.m. or so, where that was coming from that area. So that would have been, there's another, where's that? Opening, it's generally Ryenzi area. I'll say just a little west of it.
okay. And that storm kind of right over top of Ryenzi right now, but right out ahead of the storm is going to be for places Jacinto, Leedy, or is that Leedy? Leedy?
I think
Leedy.
Yeah.
Burnsville, a little bit of that heavier rainfall kind of right through the northern part of Burnsville. But really what we're tracking is kind of that leading edge of this storm that's going to be pushing into your area. Walker sliding area. They're along 72 or close to 72. That storm's going to be moving in. But still a lot of that heavier rainfall from Crossroads up towards northern Tishomingo County, just north of Iuka as well. Now, we haven't got any more reports of hail. National Weather Service in Memphis, Tippa County storm is dumping all of its hail from Jumpertown to Dumas right now. So let's take a look back at the hail with some of these storms, because that has gotten larger with that hail. So with that, don't try to go outside in these thunderstorms because of the hail potential with that. Those deeper blue colors, you can see that's getting closer towards that medium to large. We very rarely see those reds, yellows with that hail in our area. So the blues, that's fairly significant hail for our area. That's going to be moving through south and eastern part of Tippa County, moving into northern Prentiss County right now. And I'm going to get a track just kind of on that hail core right there. So you may get some heavier rainfall in your area before the hail moves in, or even just some rainfall. But looking just specifically at that hail moving into Jumpertown there at 140, Boonville there 151, Frankstown 154, Hobo Station 209, new site there at 214, with specifically just that larger hail that we are tracking. Now, once that storm pushes through, if you do have any pictures and reports from that hail, you can send that in to us from the WTVA weather app, weather@wtva.com. You can email that to us. And if you can, you put a coin in your hand beside that hailstone so we can see just kind of how large that is. Hopefully it won't be any larger than a coin, but just something that we can compare it to, so we can see how large that is. But once again, that's going to be through south and eastern part of Tippa County, moving into northern Prentiss County now, with some fairly large hail for our area. Some breezy conditions still possible with this, but I think those winds are below severe thunderstorm winds. So you might,
Hail's really honestly can spread.
yeah,
Exact moment.
yeah. I don't even see a lot of rotation anymore along this. So that hail primary impact that we're going to be seeing, that could be loud as it pushes through, especially with all that lightning, thunder, maybe, and that hail moving into Boonville here in the next few minutes. Blackland kind of right over top of you pushing in. Frankstown here in the next few minutes, with some of that stronger storm, with that severe thunderstorm warning that's moving through Prentiss County right now. And that does extend until 2 o'clock, that severe thunderstorm warning. So in the next about 20 minutes or so. It looks like that northern storm has weakened, that we're looking, not completely weakened, we're still seeing some heavier rainfall and lightning, but through south and eastern part of Alcorn County, moving into Tishomingo County, not as strong as it was, but you'll still see a strong thunderstorm move into your area soon. But definitely the strongest is going to be that one with a lot of that hail over Jumpertown, down closer towards now east of the Dumas area. Now, if you are north and west of this storm, so Dumas now, Collinstown, Corinth, Ripley, Walnut area, that storm is pushed through. There's still a little bit of lightning there closer towards Ripley, but nothing severe. So you can go to sleep now at that point. But if you are through most of the area, the night is kind of just getting started. And we are tracking this area back towards the Delta region, out towards Arkansas, Louisiana, for more storm development. And there already are some severe thunderstorms through places in Arkansas, Louisiana, and that's really the storms that will push in and potentially cause that severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warnings over the next several hours. So that's what we're tracking that potential for on down the line. But immediate threats right now is primarily that hail through places now just about to be moving into Boonville here, Jumpertown, a lot of that hail kind of over top of you, Blackland, Frankstown, altitude area, Hobo Station on down the line. And I am going to get some more times on that storm as it moves into more of Prentiss County.
Ready for a minute?
Yes.
Get you back here. So again, right now, largely we are babysitting. Well, let's be crystal clear about what's happening right now. Chelsea and I are babysitting the current situation. In saying that, yeah, go and grab some water, and then we'll probably get cranking on the forecast a little bit. We're just going to kind of trade places back and forth on this for a little while tonight. So we'll settle in. Hopefully this does not get worse than it is. We are at a moment here where yes, these are producing severe weather in the form of hail, perhaps some damaging wind gusts. And I'll say perhaps. We have not had a lot of reports of that, either from the North Mississippi storm chasers or from frankly you, the viewers at home. Most of the pictures and the videos coming in, Adrian up in Iuka with this shot here, some of the video that they are showing at his location. See if we can get that kind of pull up there full screen. But you know, just lightning, heavy rainfall, not a lot of low-hanging stuff even showing up with these. But the hail in other locations is the story. So right now, Avery mentioning hailing bad in Boonville, and of course the question is always to go, how large is that hail?
So Avery, if you'd let us know compared to a coin how large that hail is, certainly that is one of the things that when we're talking about that threat that we need to know. Now, looking at Storm Track Doppler radar, we do anticipate it's obviously pretty close to severe hail, if not fully severe. I'm going to draw what we call a cross section. And we're going to kind of look through this to see how high up the hail is on this. So give me a moment to kind of pull it in here. Kind of a three-dimensional thing we do from time to time. We'll kind of drag this along the storm where you can see kind of those pink and purple returns up there into it, that 15, 20,000 feet. That indicates, obviously right there, kind of west of Boonville, we see some of the kind of those purplish returns. That shows us that hail is likely dropping at this point. Let's see if I can zoom this in just a little bit more as we kind of try to finagle this back and forth just a little bit. As we sort of cut this northward, we'll see what we have over top of Boonville proper. And a lot of, see, that's the thing, like on the kind of the north side of town there, just kind of looking at this, it is dropping a lot of that biggest hail now. So it's reasonable inch, maybe slightly greater than inch size hail possibly falling out of this at this moment there. Unfortunately, as of 12:46, that's what it likely looks like it is doing. Another way we look at this three-dimensionally, I do think both these have their place in this situation, is the overall cut of this, and then we can see the overall trend. Kind of widen this just a little bit more. Let's try to get this right. And I'm going to kind of peel this back, kind of like a CAT scan will peel off the layers to look inside for that biggest tail, because that does remain kind of probably our most significant threat at the moment here. And so kind of peeling it back to some of that biggest tail, not all of this has fallen. So Boonville, kind of right behind where you see that 10,000 feet there. I don't want to zoom in too close. There we are. There's a slightly better angle. So Boonville right there. And so some of that big hail really kind of falling over you now. Hard to get like a really good angle on this. Okay, let's look at the loop here. It should be populating. Next time it comes through, we'll have all the data with it. We can check the trend there. Now, I'd say it's largely still maintaining some of that up around 10 to 15,000 feet. So the reason that's important is that means it'll carry it potentially downstream with it a bit more as well. So on this, you can still kind of see the pinks showing up with that. So north side of town, if we haven't had that kind of move south side of town, still some large hail with that. I would say up around inch size, kind of moving into where you are at there. Lots of hail in Burnsville also reported. That seems like the biggest thing so far. Dime size hail in Jumpertown, Pisgah, large hail. How large compared to a coin is always the question that we have in this situation here. Because that's how, okay, hold on. Avery was reporting golf ball size hail. Let's go ahead and get that to the Weather Service. Viewer. Okay, that's not unreasonable in this situation. So with that in mind, and that is one data point here. Again, that's a good example. Not all. Sometimes your hail is bigger than a coin. And nickel, the $50 size hail just off 45 near Rienzi. A nickel and a half hail. So that would be what, 3/4 of an inch? That'd be inch and a quarter. Right? No, hold on. I gotta do math. My math ain't mathing. Hold on. 3/4 plus 3/4. 75 to 75 is 150, right? Inch and a half. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, that's not impossible. There has been reports from when they were back out northwest.
Okay.
When they were back out northwest of inch and a quarter, even up to inch and 3/4.
1.5 inch hail. And the location on the last one was near Rienzi. Okay, appreciate y'all's reports. Those are important ones to kind of make sure we kind of fully are assessing things correctly here. Another person said golf ball size hail there. Um, and then dime size in Pisgah. Okay. Okay, so now I think we've got the hail situation under control, but no one's probably staying up because of the hail. They're waking up because of the hail. They're not staying up because of the hail, staying up because of the tornado threat. So let's kind of look at a little bit more at that then. And again, as we're tracking this ahead, this is likely some going to be hail that's causing some damage issues with that. Again, east of Boonville, where we have it right now. Well, I say that some of the largest really hasn't moved into Boonville proper. Next couple of minutes, that's when that moves in. So even though you're not on there, it's basically on top of you right now. So we're looking there toward Wheeler at 157, altitude 155, Tishmingo, that'd be city Tishmingo at 216, Carter Brunch 218 there. Tishmingo State Park will show 227. Again, the reason why there's such a big difference between Tishmingo and Tishmingo State Park has a lot to do with the kind of north-south orientation on how this kind of moves into some of those spots there. Chelsea, go ahead.
So there are now.
And we're going to go bring Chelsea's mic up. I think she might be unmuting herself, actually.
It's
Okay.
on.
Okay,
there
we'll
are-
pop Chelsea's mic up if we could, please.
There are about 210 power outages in Tishomingo County right
Do
now.
you have that up?
I have it up on 3
Okay.
from Tishomingo EPA.
And
So
the
this is-
local EPAs are a lot quicker on that, but it does look
so
like
that is going to be northern part of Tishomingo County right there.
gotcha, right, pretty close to Pickwick.
And looking at power outages just in general across the state, there's 820. Outside of
Real spotty.
Tishomingo County, 1 or 2. There's some in Tunica County, but around the rest area not as many. But Tishomingo County, 210 people right now that power.
Yeah, so there you go. Some power outage issues showing up with that. Let's look at the hail here for a moment and okay, so there is, I mean, clearly that original report of golf ball size hail could potentially have been a little bit northwest of Boonville, certainly on the northwest side, but back toward Blackland is where we have kind of the next batch sort of moving in as we speak. So this product tends to be at least a couple of minutes old, but it gives us kind of just a one shot as to how large the hail is. To come back here, that is this black return over Blackland that's moving into Boonville. So another batch of significant hail likely kind of moving in the Boonville area as well. I mean, when you start to see these returns where it's kind of already going to gray in the middle, and we're confirming that we're getting hail out of that, that's easily, I'd say, 1.5-inch size hail. That flash tells you those brightest returns coming in. Looking for tornado rotation. Now, you know how there's some rotation ahead here, right near 45 there. Notice how that's running a little ahead of where the precipitation is. One of the signs that the storm is organized aloft, and it's struggling to get that rotation down to the surface. But hail is the main impact that this is largely dealing with here. Hold on a moment. So just checking the latest here on some of the folks and what they're saying. No more hail, just rain and Pisgah at this point here. Folks largely and understandably wanting to know if they can go to sleep. So let's kind of talk about the overall how things stand as of this moment, where we go from here. So first off, I do not see any of these storms imminently producing tornadoes. Is that a fair assessment, Chelsea? Okay. So then what happens from here, right? And a lot of that we owe to what goes on back here with this stuff toward Greenville. What is that truly capable of back that direction there? This is multicellular. This is not supercellular. You had some individual cells initially, but this just kind of a cluster. It's reasonable this grows upscale into a line of thunderstorms, which has been what we anticipated, but we also anticipate, I would say, the line being a little bit more filled in than this, looking at projections. With that in mind, I'm going to look at some examples of some high resolution modeling, what it expects versus what we have. First off, obviously, and it's typically happens, models are running a little faster than reality. Give this a moment to keep populating here for a second. That's why it's kind of all moving, even though the time's not actually moving. So it does see this cluster back toward Greenville. It's a little fast on where it's positioning it, and it has that turning into what looks kind of like a bow echo that moves through the area. Times here are all way fast. Probably not 4:30 in the morning, probably closer to 5 in the morning for some of those spots there, as that kind of works its way toward the east. But that still would be a damaging wind and potentially spin up tornado threat on kind of the edge of that bow. Certainly the central portion of the area there and the southern part of that tornado watch where you've had virtually nothing. As you'll note there in that, say, 4, 5, 6 o'clock time frame, late in the overnight hours, that in this projection at least has that filling in and becoming more of an issue for you. But that also has more storms in between. There are other questions I have surrounding that model. Let's look at the other main high resolution projection we look at this time. Closer on where it's depicting things, but it also warm starts a little better. Basically a way to say they feed radar data into it as a starting point, and then it just kind of develops from there. And so kind of looking at where that is, how after that warm starts, it does have that line filling in more. What it does not do is it does only a so-so job on these storms out toward Greenville. But it does have them accelerating eastward, and eventually you'll note they're forming a little bow echo with some spins up on close to the front side. So both of our main projections, which have kind of a different beginning spot, come to the conclusion we still have at least one solid area of wind that kind of kicks through central portion of the area. Could be as far north as Tupelo or Baldwin, could be as far south as, say, Columbus or Louisville. Yeah, I know. I took most of the area and put it in there. But probably Louisville might be a little farther south than where it is. But somewhere kind of in this zone here, late tonight. I mean, basically early tomorrow morning. We're going to get one batch there from what's going into Greenville, accelerates eastward, tries to produce damaging wind gusts there. So the question then that spurred this is always the question that I'm sensitive to overnight, because I get it. I'd like to go to bed right now as well. But, folks want to know, can they go to sleep? You still have some time here before whatever that is tries to do whatever it does out closer to, say, that zone we were looking at. So let's get you a track. Now this is going to be too slow, but I just want to see what 40 miles per hour does on this. Because if it does what we just showed a moment ago, it will speed up considerably. So that gets it, say, Tupelo 5:30 in the morning, right? But actually, that's not a terribly off time period there. I'm gonna get a different track and make sure we're doing this 40. I'm gonna go 45 in case it accelerates a little bit more. And so this is kind of the zone where this probably ends up going, roughly, and that's again about 5 in the morning. So current time is almost 2 in the morning, 3, 4, 5. I'm not saying in Tupelo you set an alarm for 3 hours from now, but let's say we still have some time where you could go to sleep, as long as we check one important box, and that is that we've built our armor, that we know what's going to wake us up. Weather call. It's the reason we talk about this over and over again. My wife is sitting at home with weather call. I do. Sometimes TV meteorologists call their wife if there's, tornado warning, stuff like that. I typically don't, because I do anyway through weather call. She's got weather call. We talk to the kids about, hey, if all of a sudden we get that middle of the night warning, don't grab the cat. Let's go right now. Cat will figure itself out. And they run, go from upstairs to downstairs and then that tornado safe place if necessary. So make sure that you have these, and if you have those different ways to get the warning information, then it'll wake you back up and you get as full a night's sleep as you're going to get. And you'll shelter in your safest possible location. And again, I'll say this, that obviously there's concerns in any tornado about manufactured homes. They are never safe when a tornado is occurring. So this is the exception to the rule I'm about to say, which is that, outside of a manufactured home situation where, yeah, unfortunately you do probably have to stay up with me or go to, spend the night at somebody else's house that's a little more safe. It has to do with the foundation, frankly.
you know, if you had it properly strapped and secured and bolted to a slab foundation, it would be infinitely stronger because it is the ability for wind to get beneath a manufactured or mobile home, and that allows it to be rolled over and makes it most vulnerable. Um, so this is the exception to the rule, but I would say that if you were in this storm track here, I mean, clearly we have some time before this makes it to some of these locations to get some sleep. Um, and you know, as long as you have built your armor, keep that cell phone charged, make sure that you know, you have multiple of those to wake you up. Yeah, go to bed. But again, there's that notable exception to the rule where you're most vulnerable in cars, trucks, and mobile homes. And hopefully most people are not sleeping in cars and trucks. Um, so yeah, so with that in mind, in New Albany, yeah, I'd go to bed at this point here. If I had weather call in Oxford, or New Albany, or Water Valley, or Pontotoc, I'd go to bed. That next batch there, especially we start talking Oxford out here toward Ripley, these storms are going to kind of keep developing out here, and this line could fill in for you. So I don't feel 100% confident. But if you have weather call, go to bed. Period. Right now. So every single one of you in the chat right there, if you have weather call right now, go to bed. It'll wake you up. I would feel perfectly comfortable doing that myself. And you know, when I tried laying down earlier, of course, I'm going to get a phone call from Gabe or Chelsea waking me up in this situation, as well as a weather call if that occurs. And I got my weather call basically about the exact same time that I got the phone call from Daniela, who called on behalf of Gabe earlier on. So yeah, and that was with, you know, a full-blown meteorologist saying, "Hey, I think this is about to happen." You know, being able to look in chat before the warning hits, and it was almost instantaneous between both of them. So if that's how quickly I'm getting phone calls from weather call, I think that should make you feel safe that you have that extra layer of protection. So that's why we talk about it all the time. I'm telling you right now, the tired effect that you will have tomorrow morning makes it worth every penny of that $12. There is a cost associated with it, as we talk about a lot, because making phone calls costs money. It's the reason you still have to pay for a cell phone plan. So, and it will call any phone. You give it the location, and it'll monitor that location. So, do that. Go to bed. Okay? That's my recommendation for all y'all in there and still watching us on the full-fledged stream, because I'll be perfectly honest, once this batch we have up here clears Boonville and clears Tishmingo County, we're probably not going to be narrating this nonstop until we get something more significant. We'll leave the stream up, I do think, and certainly we'll leave the behind-the-scenes stream up here. We might take the official one on the webpage down for some behind-the-scenes reasons. But you know, obviously, if there's a threat of tornadoes, we're going to have it. We're going to pop it up. We're going to have it going. But we're not going to narrate it when there's just no threat for tornadoes. Obviously, this has been some big hail likely moving through Boonville, and that is something that we're monitoring. So it's just hail in Jacinto, or is there still a tornado watch? Jacinto still has a tornado watch near your area. You're one of the few locations that we're still kind of watching up here. Of course, I would say that this main batch obviously is just a little past you. So I would say you're in the same situation. You know, I don't necessarily think you need to be Jacinto there in your tornado safe place at this instant. But there are still a couple of rotating thunderstorms. This one back toward Dumas has some rotation to it just with its shape. I don't think it's large enough to produce a tornado at this time. It would take a pretty significant change before that happened. But yeah, there's going to be some additional development back here, and you do remain under a tornado watch just in case one of these does develop strong enough. This is that outflow boundary of rain cooled air, kind of acts like a mini cold front there. Behind it, there's less fuel, but not zero fuel. So still could see eventually some of these mature once again, but certainly it's ahead of this. We're most likely to see something of significance. I'm gonna check our storm reports here. This is a shot of some of the quarter-size hail in Boonville. Let me put that in here. Let me- Okay, so this is some of the quarter-sized hail from a train spotter. I believe Brian with North Mississippi Storm Chasers. This shot here of some of the quarter-sized hail in the Boonville area. And this is, if you can send us a picture, if you're willing to send us a picture, this is what we're looking at here at this time. And we're going to be done with that tonight. So there's our quarter size hail. Obviously, I've blown it up there, but you put it next to an item of standard size, and it makes it easier to be able to see exactly how large it is. So appreciate Brian for sharing that, and the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for staying up late at night, and then they are staying up late at night, and they will be tired at work tomorrow because they do this all on a volunteer basis. And if you would like to donate to what they do, they are a 501c3 nonprofit, spending basically their own gas money to go out there and do this. So anytime we can support them and try to throw their name out there for support, we try to do that because their reports tonight let you and I know exactly what's going on out there. There's one area of rotation that's depicted here on Storm Track Doppler radar. It looks fairly significant, but you'll notice on the positioning there that's running ahead of the storm. So that's not an area that it would. It's an area we're watching, but if we were expecting to see something that looked like a tornado, it'd be back into the precipitation there, kind of wrapping around, and that is not the way in which I can describe either of those at this point, thankfully. Okay, so National Weather Service has cleared some counties from the tornado watch, but I do not think they've cleared any in our area as of yet. Let me pull that back up here. So here's our tornado watch. They've cleared up to the western edge of our area, and they have kept locations such as Oxford, New Albany, Holly Springs, Ashland there in this, at least in the near term. There's still storms developing there. And those storms would have to develop a lot more before they produce tornadoes. But you know, the atmosphere still has some rotation with it, and weird things happen. So it's better to be safe as opposed to sorry on that one there. Looking here, Columbus wanting to know. Hail slamming against the windows up there. Okay, nope. And in Facebook Live, I don't like blocking people, but you use foul language, and that's that. So anyway. I thought we had a higher filter on than that.
Jackson, I guess, also took off Columbus and Lake County.
Okay.
Doesn't show them when they were watching.
And they're probably under the severe thunderstorm. Yeah. And so that's kind of the dividing point there. And clearly, I would say hail and wind are our bigger threats from here on out overnight. This was never a high-end tornado threat. This was more spin-up style, brief tornadoes. And so the watch, north is probably more of everything else as opposed to tornadoes, but still a possibility there. So again, the severe thunderstorm watch until 8 a.m. The tornado watch, as you can see there, continuing until 5 o'clock in the morning. So two areas there that we are watching, both kind of the same storms. Well, I say that, it's not really true. These are still just kind of popping up in advance. And then we have this bigger batch back here that'll get more organized. Does not look terribly impressive on the wider shot here. Obviously is a bit more when you get the closest radar over there. Let's go back and let's kind of assess the hail situation then here. Again, that's likely waking some folks up out here in Prentiss and Tishomingo County if they weren't already up. The hail cores on these up around 20 to 30,000 feet as we kind of cut through this once again, as we often do, to see how large the biggest hail is. Kind of pull off some of those outer layers. And really, there's only the one spot there that kind of has just moved through Boonville. That's near Hobo Station, kind of between Altitude and Hobo Station, where it is this time. So let's track that specific spot. Eastward there toward Tishomingo, because that's where this is headed. We show altitude 214, Burton at 221, Payton at 227, Tishomingo at 230. Pea-size hail Holt Spur, which is up there, Tishomingo County. It's one of the northern sections of that.
loud hail and high anxiety in Boonville. I get that. This is mainly just big hail. And once this is through, you've had one of the worst thunderstorms we've had out of this. So that means hopefully the worst is obviously past. Now, as far as tornado threat goes into Alabama, especially when we start talking, someone was asking about like Marion County, Alabama. Uh, the environment not as well structured. It's not impossible over there. And really, I would just say that our likelihood is um, not good to see significant tornadoes tonight. Is that fair to say, Chelsea?
Yeah.
I think it's more likely if we're going to see a tornado, it's a down and up 5 minute, tornado, which if it's over your house is a big deal. But we're probably also not talking about EF2 or greater. Probably talking EF0, EF1 tornadoes with kind of the overall shear profile of the atmosphere at this point. Those are still significant. With the EF1 tornado, you're over 100 miles per hour with that. So obviously 100 mile per hour wind hits you, that's not good. But it definitely could be a worse situation. So is Boonville good to go to sleep the rest of the night other than hail? Got weather call? Absolutely. I would say there is no location in our area that if you have weather call, you need to stay up. It's that simple. You have weather call, go to sleep. By you get same thing. It is, I understand that there is a cost involved and that times are tight when eggs and everything else costs what they cost. I'm not up here hawking weather call to try to sell you something. I'm just telling you that it's what I would do so that I don't have to worry about staying up and watching me. Because believe it or not, I don't like staying up and watching me or our severe weather coverage unless I absolutely have to. And it's not that we don't do a good job. And it's not that we don't make people feel secure, but the reality is that tomorrow's a work day, isn't it? And certain amount of grogginess is probably expected in some cases. But there's really no sense in staying up all night long with us if there's another solution, and that other solution is weather call. So yeah, I would say that this round of hail through Boonville, now that that the clattering is down, there's going to be another batch here of probably maybe small hail with this one in Jumpertown as heads toward Thrasher. But clearly, it's no question where the strongest is here. Now, there is still just a broad rotation on the front side of this, right? And there's an area where we do have some rotation showing up. I'm going to pull that lightning off. Kind of where that arrow is near County Road 331 in the intersection there of the Mississippi Highway 30, north of New Site and Hobo Station. There is some broad rotation that's showing up there. It's kind of an area of inflow on this. But I've also been able to say pretty much that about it for the last 30 minutes. So is it rotating? Yes. Is it rotating enough to produce a tornado? One thing that has changed slightly. See if this is slow enough we can see it. I do have this a little more vertical, right? It was more kind of northeast to southwest when it's kind of back out here toward Boonville, right? The angle, and it has kind of slanted up a little bit. That is one of the signs we do start seeing that happen, that perhaps the rotation could increase on it a little bit more. So certainly a portion of this we have to watch closely. But we still have a little time before this really goes to the next step on this. Of course, we're looking at severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 3 o'clock in the morning. Current time is 2:14. Boonville, you will notice that you have been removed from this severe thunderstorm warning as they're advancing it. And again, the warning is the alert issued by the government, the National Weather Service. When you've been eliminated from that warning, that's usually a sign that the worst is past, kind of where you're at with this. Now, again, there's additional development back here, and that's why you're not completely dropped from this watch, right? Additional storms developing. It's going to be difficult for these to be as strong as the storms on the leading edge out here. The leading edge is where you're getting most unstable air. This is a little bit more stable and less likely to produce tornadoes back here. Not zero chance, weird things happen, but less likely back here. I'll say it again for the, I think, 10th time. You have weather call, go to bed. That is your go to sleep that you're looking at here on that. And so, yeah, that's as Caitlin was explaining in our live chat there to wake you up, let you know, when severe weather, high end tornado warnings, well, excuse me, tornado warnings of any type, and then high end severe thunderstorm warnings are issued. It'll wake you up. And if you're already within steps of your safe place, you get there and you should be okay. In saying that, there typically is not a ton of lead time on these overnight tornadoes. But typically, if we were talking about a strong one, we would have hopefully a little bit more. And I'd say strong tornadoes are less likely in this situation. Still kind of looking through generally some of the reports coming in. Again, hail has been the main issue that has been reported from folks. Give me a moment while I kind of populate in all of my messages that are kind of coming in here. We do have some. This is a ton of little hail from the Boonville area. So sometimes you get just a ton of little hail like this. Some of those may be penny-sized hailstones. Appreciate that one coming in a minute ago. I think using the WTVA weather app there from that's Genevieve. Appreciate that near Mimosa Street in Boonville. About 2:05, so that's been about 10 minutes ago. Another shot there, pea-sized hail in Boonville. Maybe penny-sized hail in Boonville. So it does look like that is a pretty consistent. That quarter might have been the largest one we got.
So
Yeah.
with the new Rizzo special session that they put out,
Mhm.
it is talking about potential for flash flooding with some of these storms trailing through the same locations.
And we're gonna have issues with that this week, like big issues with flash flooding this week. Yeah. So you looked at the extended models.
Yeah.
Should we just go ahead and show that real fast? Let's go and do that real fast because this is a big deal this week. I think let's see if I can find this rainfall comparison. So this is looking at future rainfall. And this I believe I can make go. I think this is going to go all week. I just want to show you the near ridiculous amount of rainfall we're talking about over the next 7 days. This doesn't look as bad as some of the other projections I looked at there. But as you'll note, obviously in our area to start off, there's a preference north and west for a lot of much heavier rainfall where we have some spots 7 inches estimated there. That's actually less than what some models had earlier today. If I just kind of pull off all the, nope, that's the wrong one. Pull this off. We were talking very significant, anything where I just go gray here, I think it's like over a foot.
Which
I want
model
to say
is that?
that's Euro.
Okay, GFS has that shifted more into what?
Okay, give me a moment. I'll let GFS kind of populate that in as it's going and grabbing the data. Give that a moment. GFS 25. There we are. So it does have some, well, this might not be, let's see, 0Z GFS, yeah. 6Z should not be out yet. Anyway, point of the story being, over the next week, some spots in our area, 5 or 6 inches of rainfall, certainly a possibility, fairly widespread 3 to 4, and then obviously extreme rainfall to the north and west. It is not inconceivable this shifts a little bit more toward us. Models have been pretty consistent up toward the Memphis area, and that does give you an idea of where the extended forecast severe weather risks also could line up with this, because we do think we are going to have multiple severe weather chances around the region over the course of the next week, and potentially also in our area. And I do see why they're mentioning that for the severe weather, for the flooding rainfall threat, because maybe you already do have, training echoes there back toward Greenville, and this is all going to kind of line up here in this Tupelo northward zone. If this doesn't bow out, that actually absolutely is just a ton of rain. So the severe weather risk, someone was asking, about locations, say the middle part of the area there, closer to Amory. This is the next batch we're watching back here. I have not seen a ton of storm reports coming out from that.
kind of kick on everything we've got. Have not had a lot of hail reports and stuff. Most of the hail's been up here, and then obviously no wind or tornado reports at this point. This is multi-cluster. This is unlikely to produce tornadoes. If it is multi-cluster to start, it doesn't usually morph into supercellular, the kind that rotate, but it can morph into just a big old line there that has strong winds with it, but on the trailing end has the flooding rainfall potential. So some flash flooding possible certainly overnight as that kind of works its way in. In saying that, I noticed that I'm starting to get a few more storms developing here on our outflow. When I looked at the composite with all of the radars at once, this shows up a little bit more strongly there. But right on this boundary out here toward Pontotoc is where kind of the next batch is sort of going to get going. We've kind of expected this line to fill in, and this is probably where it will. And these we have to watch a little more closely because they are ahead of the green line, thus they're getting the more unstable air. And that would be more air that would fuel something. So a slightly greater tornado threat on some of that than what we have southwest. In saying that, though, our tornado threat is just as good on this stuff we have up here, and it's not a particularly high threat at the moment. I don't really have any place in that I'm overly concerned with at this time, thankfully. So let's go and track that whole batch there. Eastward. Speed's about 40 miles per hour or so. And that gets it out of the area. Tishmingo over you now at 222. New site 227. Marietta 229. Dennis 242. Belmont 249. Golden 253. And eventually they're closer to, say, Halltown by about 3 o'clock in the morning. There's going to be some large hail from time to time. Though most of the hail reports we got out of Boonville were a little bit smaller than severe. See where Tammy's shot is here. I'm going to guess is another hailstorm, probably close to the Boonville area based on time there. Look at this shot up here. I appreciate Tammy for submitting this video of some of the hail that they had in there. Looks like the majority of that hail was closer to, say, pea size. Been full on severe hail, thankfully. Again, appreciate Tammy for sharing that there. Wilda, again, more pea size hail. From the Boonville areas that kind of went through. So luckily, not as bad as it could have been for most of those. We did get, again, North Mississippi Storm Chasers did get one shot there that was a little more than that. Yeah, but a lot of little hail. It looks like the main impact there. 222, that's a full-on regular mesoscale discussion that the Storm Prediction Center put out. I'm going to go ahead and read that one up here. And we're just going to paraphrase on the air. Severe thunderstorms posing a risk for damaging wind gusts, and perhaps a tornado will continue eastward over the next few hours. Downstream watch issuance will be likely needed for parts of the region. So for folks that were asking Alabama, what about Alabama? That would be you. If we'll just see here on what they're thinking on what type of watch. Line severe storms over Middle Tennessee is expected to move in Tornado Watch A2 near the next little bit here, allowing for Tornado Watch 78 to expire on time. Track ongoing convection over northeast Mississippi, northwest Alabama. This activity should be close to the edge of Tornado Watch 81 near its expiration as of 10Z. A new watch will likely be needed to cover portions of northeast Mississippi into northern Alabama, northwest Georgia, and additional storm development across northern Mississippi and Alabama is expected. Ongoing storm shift east the remainder of the night. Sufficient instability and strong deep layers flow, basically enough fuel and everything to make it spin, will sustain strong to severe storms through the overnight hours. Special 0Z weather balloon at Jackson indicates some mild inhibition above the surface a little bit. Nevertheless, steep mid-level lapse rates and supercell wind profile suggest continued risk for possible into early morning. Tornado potential may be limited by stronger low-level inhibition and more robust shear. A new severe thunderstorm watch may be needed in the next 1-2 hours. Replace the tornado watch. Include points downstream in the northwest Georgia. Okay, so all that to say, they mentioned different watch. Okay, yeah. So let me just make sure I got that right. New watch. Okay, so they'll probably go severe thunderstorm watch into Alabama. Now, in saying that, that doesn't mean the tornado risk is eliminated as it goes into Alabama. There's no magic lines here on the map. But that does mean confidence in tornadoes is not as good. And if you've been watching us the last 30 minutes, you can tell we don't have high confidence there. I mentioned the Pontotoc storm a minute ago. Someone asked about Pontotoc, and I was about to get back there as well. This storm, let's just do eyeball test here for a second. I don't know if you can catch this. I know on the live stream there, they can't see it. But in the corner of the screen, it says lightning strikes 2 in the last 10 minutes on that storm. So that's nowhere near as electric as what we have up here in this storm in Prentiss Tishomingo County, where in that same time period, it's 118. So that would be almost, what, 50 times more lightning strikes, little less than 50 times more lightning strikes. So clearly that's the difference in the strength of the two storms. This one is trying to get a little stronger out here. It is in a zone where, again, tornadoes cannot be ruled out. There's enough strong winds in the mid levels of the atmosphere, upper levels of the atmosphere to really get this to potentially rotate. But everything is not perfectly lined up on this, thankfully. So for Pontotoc, I would say even if this were to get to a stage where it would produce a tornado, and I don't think that necessarily will be the case, but if this were to strengthen enough where it could do that, it's not going to do it by the time it gets to Pontotoc. It'd be out here closer to us before it did that. And that would be if everything lined up perfectly for it to produce a tornado. And that's a high task. I would not say I feel confident in that happening at this point. I need to fix one thing behind the scenes here, just to double check. Try to kind of force up volume on this live stream that I have going on here. So give me a moment on that. You know, sometimes we're a little bit quieter than folks would like. Let me see if I can force the audio up here a little bit more. Check, check, check. Let's go. Check, check, check. Is that a little better? That's a little better. I'm going to force it up a little more. Chelsea, anything that you're seeing? Okay.
I just got the forecast done.
Okay. Yeah, I'll.
I have the rainbow in document.
Okay. Okay. Uh, yeah, I'll pull up on 3. So, I mean, just kind of watching and waiting there in Greenville as that comes in. Looks like everyone's enjoying a more peaceful night there than here in North Mississippi. Hail just has a tendency to wake people up, keep people up for a little while there. You saw lightning just as I went away from it, starting to show up. Of course, this is Greenville. We're looking at this north part here, and this is what we were kind of expecting. This is now starting to congeal into a bit of a line. And this is what we had talked about earlier. If you got like that one section that shot eastward, wind damage potential with it, and perhaps it trying to spin up a tornado. So this is 45 miles per hour, some time frame here. There'll be other storms that affect some locations before this. And Tom Pontotoc was just asking a minute ago. This one's closer to 5 a.m. I mean, it's 2:30 hours. I feel like that's a little slow. But it really hasn't really picked up speed yet. So until it does, I don't want to over exaggerate. It could be closer to 4:30 or so on that section there. But that could have a potential to try to spin up something with it as it gets a little closer. Continuing to kind of slice this one back. Burnsville, you're out of the woods on this. Boonville, as mentioned earlier, Baldwin, Franktown, Hobo Station, I would say still obviously in it, but any rotation is kind of a little ahead on us out here, north of Bay Springs, west of Tishomingo, where that's the case, kind of in here. But I don't show, the tight rotation that, man, that's going to be a tornado, in the next couple of moments, thankfully. That is not what I'm seeing out of this here. Let's look there at the wind mode. Yeah, just fairly broad stuff at this time. Current time is now 2:30 in the morning. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside of meteorologist Chelsea Simmons. We're live on Facebook and WTVA.com as we are tracking severe thunderstorms moving through North Mississippi. Hail has been the main impact at this point. We have briefly had a few tornado warnings. We're largely just babysitting. I mean, that is the behind the scenes what we always refer to this as, but ultimately we're babysitting storms, making sure they behave. So far, outside of hail, they have. I do not believe we've had anything that was a tornado touchdown, anything along those lines. We do have more storms that kind of are developing back here. A few more lightning strikes showing up on that Pontotoc storm we were talking about. And some of these eventually could try to strengthen and produce tornadoes if everything kind of goes the wrong way on it. It's going to take some time before that happens here, but we're watching that potential as these work their way toward the east that perhaps that could happen. But again, that's going to be some time of maturity for that. Let's look closer at that Pontotoc storm. Again, I didn't even really have low-level rotation showing up at this point here on that storm. I'm going to go up a little bit, but it's really not large enough, I would say, at this point to really have any kind of issues there. A little bit of broad rotation, but it's very early in its development. This is a small storm. Ignore the time on this, but I'm showing like 4 to 5 miles wide, so that's gonna have to mature a lot more, and it could, because this is an environment out here where again additional storm development is possible. Up here toward Ripley, we've had a few batches of storms kind of moving through there, and I'm gonna look in the wider shot here for a moment. Somewhere out in here is our front. There's a couple of, you could argue, quasi fronts here that we're looking at. But again, this is kind of where what will be the end of our storm chances this time around as that eventually kicks through. Unfortunately, it doesn't dig deep enough down in the Gulf of Mexico. The moisture sticks around. We're going to have a lot of storm chances this week. And as Chelsea mentioned earlier, there's a fairly significant flash flooding threat that starts with tonight's round. It could extend, unfortunately, deeper into the week with whatever we kind of set in place. Certainly the northwest portion of the area most likely to have some issues there. Let's see if we can figure out distance on this as well. Again, I'm going to pull off and change our ETA format to just distance here. Yeah, about 40 miles an hour. So that's going to take in the 5 o'clock hour before it gets to really, Chickasaw, Monroe County, and Lee County potentially there. If it's only going 35, I'm tracking this 45, so that'd be a little fast. And I'm tracking it because if it were to actually be something that produced severe weather, those storms typically pick up a little more speed. They get kind of big head of steam and roll eastward a little more quickly, which is what projections show this doing. So that's where that kind of 5:20 in the morning time frame comes in for Tupelo, or about 5 a.m., 4:52, 5 a.m., somewhere in that neighborhood there. For Houston, Bruce, about 4:30. Duck Hill, about 4 o'clock. Grenada, about 3:49. So still a little more than an hour away from some of those locations. There will be other storms in advance. And in either case, I would say the hail and the wind are the bigger threats, but brief tornadoes can't be ruled out. Let's check back through here on some of the discussion that you guys are giving us on Facebook, where we have a fairly robust chat going on there. Good bit of lightning strikes across from Walmart there in Pontotoc. That's reasonable in this situation here. Vardaman wanting to know, we had you on that storm track a minute ago there. Looking at that. Strong wind and rain there in Tishmingo. And someone was mentioning yeah, definitely somebody was mentioning got back at got delayed by something. Oh yeah, delays for tomorrow morning. Okay. And
All of these are delayed 2 hours. Aberdeen, Amory, Itawamba County Schools.
Are you on? Is that on 3
on
or is
our
that?
website. It's on
okay.
2. I'll pull it up on 3.
Hold on. I'll let you do that.
And I'll come up north here to kind of take a look at these storms again, starting to strengthen a little bit more on that storm in Pontotoc County. It does look like as little as it is. Are we splitting? Yeah, we're split.
I got that up.
This is the littlest split I've seen in a while.
Facing that way.
Okay. Yeah, then that's splitting. Okay, so here's why I'm chuckling at this. I mean, it's just a little baby storm, not big enough to produce a tornado, but the fact that it's splitting there tells you that's that idea of the shear that we do have. Typically, when you split, this would become more of a hail producer. This one would be the one that rotate and try to produce tornado. And that's the way this could go down, but it's going to need to be like 4 times that size, 3 times that size before we take it seriously. Some lightning with it, but yeah, nothing over the top. Okay, so you mentioned you had those delays and everything, closings in WTVA.com there. We do have some. I'll get out of the way for a moment to see those, but no closings, but Aberdeen, Amory, and Wamba, all 2-hour delays, as is the case for Lamar, Marion, Monroe County schools. Nettleton, Okolona, Pickens County, Alabama, all in 2-hour delays because unfortunately there will be some of those locations where we have ongoing storms in the morning, which is kind of the overnight time of day that was not particularly kind to plans. So appreciate that. Of course, if that list changes, and it might, we have that at WTVA.com. Let's go up to Tishomingo County. This looks as healthy as it has in a while. And I say that because we talk about often the angle, right? If you kind of put this, use your pivot point there, the more this angles back like this, the more likely something weird happens. It gets rotating back in there. So the angle on this has gotten a little bit sharper, kind of this direction, as you'll note. You know, and honestly, it's when ignore the fact this is an arrowhead. For a lot of this, it's been this angle, and now it's starting to swing back this way. That's important because it kind of gives a zone where you can get the right kind of warm air just into the right spot there. And so that could be a situation where this is trying to get more organized. I do not have a low-level couplet of any kind here. I'm going to force this to look at a really it's a live radar. It's not as precise in some ways, and I use it more for positioning most of the time. It's what we call a C-band radar, and so it's not like it's a live radar that we have access to. It does not always do a great job on velocity, but just to have a second look at it. I don't see enough significant rotation on that as well. And again, there are more storms than what this indicates here. But since it's still ahead of the thunderstorm, it's not all, that's what I'm looking for. It's not attenuated yet, where it just can't quite get it in, get the rotation all the way in. It's a much prettier velocity perspective up there. Let's compare that to, we do GWX, but that's going to be too high. Give me a moment to look at that from. I'm going to have to force this into a different radar, so give me a second. High top. There we are. This will be out of Huntsville. I mean, that's okay. So that radar definitely has a prettier perspective when it gets a little closer, but that's just a little bit out of Tishomingo County before that's the case. Okay, well, that's a more complete look. Hold on. So let's stick with that. So you could definitely see the stronger wind on that northern one there as it kind of pushed through. So that's the one that went through Iuka a little bit ago. Had some gusty winds, but probably not severe winds. And that one moving through Tishomingo now has a bit of that with it as well. Bring it back to Monroe County, a little farther away, but I know exactly what it's doing. This is the deal. See how this is kind of pinching back in here? No power in Payton Tish area at this point, so no power kind of in this area. There's still probably a really good producing hail, but this is peeling back enough on that to be more concerned. Looking at the wind mode, I do have an area of circulation just south of Tishomingo that's
closer to the right spot. It's still run a little ahead. If I show you where that is there, you can see that's about where I'm showing it. And it would need to be back here. So again, this could be stronger rotation aloft that is lining up closer to the surface. It's as organized as really any of the thunderstorms that we have seen in the last hour, I would say, if not more. And so then again, tracking that there, Mount Olive Church, we showed 241 current time is about 240 to 241. Tishmingo City, obviously about 242. This is an area of circulation. Let's be clear, it's about as strong as anything we have seen in a little while. And that's what we are kind of monitoring, moving there into Tishmingo. So prefer if you were in your safest location in Tishmingo at this time. Again, a lot of loud thunder and lightning and stuff like that being reported. Lots of lightning on the outskirts of Tishmingo. Strong wind gusts there. Hey, Wesley, let's make sure we're in that tornado safe place there if we're in Tishmingo, just in case this takes the next step. I'm going to kind of go back and forth with that other radar that we do have. And again, its positioning is not going to be quite as perfect. And the wind is just not quite in the right spot there on this one as well, thankfully. So that's a good sign. Okay, so our area of circulation I showed just a little ahead. In saying that, the main precipitation, see, look at this, Chelsea, real quick for a second. Like that's a pretty significant little inflow area, right? I mean, hey, behind the scenes, let's go ahead and cut in here real quick for a moment, if we could. Let's go and do a quick cut in, just to make sure we're on this one, just in case. Appreciate it. Give us one moment. Hey, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon here alongside our meteorologist Chelsea Simmons. A lot of hail out of these thunderstorms tonight. We've had a large quarter or larger size hailstones on a number of occasions, but we have an area of circulation we do think close to the Tishmingo area that at least deserves a heads up. So for folks there in Tishmingo proper, Tishmingo, the city, is not showing up on there because of how close I have our storm track to it. We need to probably be in our safer location out here. If we're just south of Highway 30 in Tishmingo County, and just very near Highway 25, and to the east of that as well. We show Highland Church at 242, Forest Grove School at 246, Mingo at 247, and Man Chapel there at about 249, as well as Burnstown at 250, Good Springs Methodist Church at about 251, and Maud at 251 as well. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that has increased a bit on this in the last few minutes here. I don't have a low-level lock on this. It's not like I can look at this and say I am 100% sure this is producing a tornado, because that is not the case. But the wind has gotten a little bit more organized, I would say just a little east of town. This is a live radar that we have here on Storm Track Doppler radar that we have access to. We don't show it a lot because it does not have a large range into our area. It's from our sister station, WAAY in Huntsville. But looking at that there, I still see just a little bit of rotation showing up. It's a little more significant looking out of the Monroe County area. But the precipitation mode's really is what got us. There's just this little inflow channel where something could get in there and you can get this wrap back around. It's the most likely storm, I'd say, to try to spin something up. So I wanted to spend a few minutes, and if you happen to just be up at 244 waiting and watching, that this is the one that we are watching the most closely here. So let's put kind of a circle on where we expect it. What I did not mention there, this is the Natchez Trace Parkway there. So this is going to be crossing the Natchez Trace Parkway. Well, that's Tishmingo State Park. So it's basically over top of Tishmingo State Park right now, this area of whatever it is. So again, this is likely back here in Tishmingo, some large hail. Our discussion on Facebook Live here, talking about, some of the hail that this has produced, quarter and larger size hail in other locations. But at this point, not a lot of reports from Tishmingo, ultimately, because I hope some folks are either, hopefully in a safer location. Let's widen this out. Let's double check. There are other thunderstorms that we are watching. Most of these Hickory Flat, elsewise,
are non-severe. I'm watching this one back here in Pontotoc County, though. It has gone through a bit of a cell split. It is getting larger, and it's on this boundary here in front, maybe just slightly behind it. Either way, it's one that'll probably start producing some hail and could potentially have a little more rotation as it works its way generally toward, frankly, our station is in line with that. I'm going to pull up our Tupelo tower cam, kind of looking back into that for a moment. It's not like that storm up in Tishomingo County. It's not nonstop lightning. It's occasional lightning. So giving a track on that one ahead. Speed on these, we're going about 40 to 45 miles per hour. 45 might be a little fast, but I'll get a longer track on that. And eventually you see that one getting there closer to, say, Chesterville, 248. The north side of Tupelo, we show 257 there. That's got to be a little fast, right? That's got to be fast. We'll double check that speed. I'm gonna take it down to 40 miles an hour. Because there's no way it's 247. Let's go down to 40. See where that gets us. So that would hold together with that. That would be about 3. Yeah, that seems more reasonable. About 3. That's 15 minutes or so. I had 40. Is it down to 35? Still 40? Okay. So anyway, there'll probably be some hail with this potentially. It is possibly going through a split where this could take the north part of this, maybe a little north of where the track is here, up toward Guntown, Marietta, those sorts of folks, possibly in the path of that one. Come back up here, this Tishomingo County storm for a moment. The reason why we're doing this brief cut in, some of the rotation increasing on this in the last 10 minutes or so, and out of a abundance of caution, just rather get on and be like, nope, didn't need to, as opposed to not and wish we had. In saying that, North Mississippi storm chasers and spotters are out there continuing to kind of assess what's coming in here as well, and sort of looking at that information. Not a lot of reports come in with them as well. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna send you back to your regularly scheduled programming here in just a moment. But just a heads up that we are watching this area. If this does take that next step and does fully try to produce a tornado, we'll be here to give you updates on that. But Mingo, we showed 250. I'm also going 40 on this storm now. Mod at 253, Minot about 258, and Rock Creek 309. A little bit of a rotation there, something we'll watch closely. I'd be in my safer location if we're in Bloody Springs there, east of Tishomingo. Tishomingo itself in the city, I think we're okay, but certainly watching things closely. All right. Facebook Live, I believe even on the website, continues at this point here as we're just kind of talking through there, but we'll send you on TV back to your regular scheduled programming. Okay, hail in Tishomingo. See how large.
I have power outages up in 3.
Huh?
I have power outages up.
Okay, so Chelsea has power outages up. Now let's pull that up there and go ahead.
1,000 people out in Tishomingo County.
Pull up that high resolution one.
Okay.
Oh, and Prentice
Prentice
says.
County is 234. Here is Tishomingo County right.
Okay, yeah, that's quite a few, all things considered, especially east of Iuka there. There might have been a little more wind in that than it initially looked like. We don't have as many down toward Tishomingo itself, but I'm betting those are fairly new. So it was 107 customers, and this is customers, not people.
Prentice County, here's the map. Most of that is.
Okay, and this would have been where we had all the lightning. This has all been this most recent thunderstorm that had the big hail and lightning. Appreciate Prentice County Electric Power Cooperative, and I think Tish County Electric Cooperative there as well. Gotta love the ability to actually kind of see these power outages there. So again, for folks that no longer have power, one of the cool things I learned about fiber internet over the last little bit is a lot of times there's a battery backup on that. So you still have internet even when your power goes out, which I think is awesome, assuming that your router still has internet, still has power. So if there's some kind of UPS or something on that, if you're like, oh no, my internet went out as well. If you have some kind of battery backup on the router itself, you'll still have internet. I didn't realize that was a thing, but apparently that happened to us a while back. I was like, oh, the power is clearly out and we still have internet. And I called people in charge of our power cooperative. They're like, yeah, that's the way it works. Who knew? So
yeah, it's two different things as far as that's concerned. So anyway, clearly that is an issue for some folks. Um, so near County Road 83 and the Natchez Trace Parkway is our area of probably greatest concern up here in Tishomingo County. You see, this is trying. This absolutely is trying. This brighter green you see there toward the radar down in Monroe County, but it's still broad enough where it shows the inflow is not getting quite back into it. It'd be what we call outflow dominant. Because again, this is the outflow. This is so the parts of this thunderstorm here. Put arrowhead back on that. So this would be what we call the rear flanking downdraft, right? Because it's on the rear part of the thunderstorm. This would be the forward flanking downdraft ahead. And in here is what we call the inflow area, the inflow zone, or sometimes the inflow notch. Probably a better way to describe it is an inflow channel. Well, so for the air to get back in there, you have to have, I mean, it has to be the right balance, right? And in this case, the air is only is only kind of away from the radar up here farther ahead. So that tells me, I got a lot of arrows on there for one. That tells me that this outflow here on this rear flank downdraft is pushing ahead and pinching off the inflow air. So what that means is even though on precipitation it looks like there's an avenue for this to get in here and kind of wrap around, there might not be quite that avenue at this point. So hopefully that is the case. But that's about as organized as any thunderstorm has looked tonight, frankly. Yeah, that's easily the most well-organized thunderstorm we've seen tonight. And hopefully it does not get more organized than that. Let's come look at some of these back to the south and west. So these are finally starting to fill in a bit more here once again. I know you're up here in Alcorn County going again, and that's where that flooding potential comes in, that if we continue to see these kind of developing over the next few hours. Some of these, again, it's probably an uphill battle for them to produce tornadoes. It's not an impossibility. But the bigger concern becomes, well, obviously flash flooding because we never respect it enough. That's just a unfortunate human thing that we never respect flash flooding like we should. But this next big complex out here of wind and whatever. It also, look at this, Chelsea. Do I have a little bit of, if you look at the main centroid on this, do I have a bit of a southeasterly? I think like right
Slightly, yeah.
slightly south of east. Might not maintain that, but sometimes these get rolling with a head of steam there.
Some of those little storms.
We'll go ahead and pop Chelsea's mic back up. Yeah, if we could.
Some of those little storms you're just talking about flooding have rain rates about 2 to 3 inches per hour. Now it's not gonna rain the whole hour, but 2 to 3 inches per hour is still will cause some frustration.
Mm-hmm. Well, because you get a couple of those, and so you end up with an hour and a half of. So they're going 45 on this one here. So they have picked up a little speed on that. So I'm gonna go 45 on that one. Encompass the whole thing. Take it generally this way. So Calhoun City, we show about 430 for you. Mathiston 455, Grenada 355, Maven about 457, Aberdeen close to about 530, and about 550 or so for Columbus, assuming it does not pick up any additional speed. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon alongside our meteorologist Chelsea Simmons, watching some severe thunderstorms. Again, my recommendation to pretty much anybody outside Tishomingo County watching right now, or northern Franklin County, is, you know, I'd go to sleep if I were you, if I were in your shoes. Something could happen. But at this point, the strongest of this is crossing out of Tishomingo County, the strongest of any of our thunderstorms. Now, there are some other thunderstorms that we are watching. And let me adjust this forward till we have the right spot. But mod at 257 there, again, basically in the next minute or two. Lime Rock by about 327, eventually, you know, kind of Spring Valley about 338. Sorry, excuse me. See, if I'm yawning, go to sleep. It is just an oxygen deficiency, but still. In saying that, let's look at the storm out here, Hickory Flat Cotton Plant. You know, and this storm in Sherman's a little bit more sheer than it was a little bit ago. It's me talking out of both sides of my mouth on sleeping. Um, it's still too small. Tupelo Tower Cam should still have a shot into it. Okay, she's going to adjust it just a little bit. It's so picky anymore. To it, yeah, it's just a little bit, yeah. So that should be looking pretty much into it, and that will get us a good shot. So we're looking right here into the heart of that on 3. I should still think we have to go this way to get to it. There. Let's change that to night. Give that a moment as that kind of adjusts, and that hopefully gives us a little bit better situation on the contrast. Saying that, I do not think the autofocus is great on that. Okay, so kind of looking back into this, so this is one of those developing storms. It is not nonstop lightning, but we do have still very high dew points still. 67, that's enough fuel out there to pull something off. 69-degree temperature, I do not know if that's enough heating to pull something off. But there's at least some nuggets there to say that clearly we're going to have to watch this as it moves in, and if it continues to kind of develop the way it has so far. So yeah, that's a lot smoother at night like that mode. In saying that, that is looking directly into this portion right there. So we're looking directly that way. So if I go back in here and we'll kind of pop up that tower cam in a small form, we're looking right into there. So that portion there is where, if we were going to see some rotation, we'd be seeing it there. And again, I've mentioned a couple times, I don't know if this is big enough to pull something off. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time with it, but it is an idea that we can at least get a visual on one of these. It's not the storm I would pick the visual for the most. I'd pick it for this one up around Tishomingo County, exiting Tishomingo County, if I could pick a visual on one. Let's look at that radar there, which unfortunately is partially attenuated. And not as good a look as I was hoping for. That's okay. So still trying out here near Mod and Minot. But again, even that is below tornado producing levels, thankfully. But definitely some hail with that in all likelihood. Someone mentioned the heavy rain in Thaxton. I'll move kind of out of the way here for a moment. Thaxton, this is not producing a tornado anytime soon. It has a large uphill battle to go before it would do something like that. I'll leave this loop here for a second, see if something jumps out. I'm going to look at Ripley here in a moment a little closer. While we had splitting storms, the right one has not become dominant. It's been the left. So if something else jumps out. We'll look a little closer up here around Corinth in a moment. MDOT and Saltillo. Okay. Okay, is that on 3? Okay, we'll pull that up there. The lightning's starting to pick up out there as that storm is kind of moving into the Saltillo area. I'm going to leave it up in kind of a smaller fashion. So we can keep looking at that. So again, that's this portion up here, Guntown, a little more hit on that north side there. That's kind of filled in. Heavy rainfall more than anything else out of that. And we are just on the edge of this storm here. So not getting really the worst of that. Let's go up here to Tippa County. Up closer to, say, Ripley and Blue Mountain. And this storm's a little more interesting looking. Broad rotation, but it's still very broad. We'll get you a storm track on that. Again, 40 to 45.
And when you see the rotation detected, looking at that Tishomingo County storm there, Dumas we show 304, Jumpertown 318, Gaston 323, Thrasher 329, Rienzi 330 with that. Yeah, up toward Rienzi. This again, another thunderstorm, but I'd say that's easily below severe levels, thankfully. A lot of dark cloud pictures. Quite a bit of dime-sized hail a little bit ago. From up around the Boonville area when that storm came through. A lot of reports from Boonville. Couple house cleaning things here to make sure that we're aware of a few things, because we have not talked about this in a little while. We do have 2 watches in effect. The north one here is a tornado watch until 5 o'clock in the morning, so now about 2 hours left on that one there, possibly to be replaced by a severe thunderstorm watch at some point here in the future. And then we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that does extend down farther south. We anticipate this line back out here into the delta, kind of kicking east and probably bringing with it some strong wind gusts, maybe some hail. I'm going to track that again. 45, I think, is the speed we decided on that. Let's see if I can. Hold on, I need to adjust that almost dead east in case it goes a little south of east. So there's some of your times there as that works its way eastward. Pretty well advertised, but that's one of those phrases that I use that I never define what it means to be well advertised. Basically, the models are showing over and over again that there's something at some point that makes this kind of wave of strong wind move through the area. And so that is the potential on this. Most of our models showing that, thus why I keep saying well advertised. So there's a lot of projections to show that going straight east. And so there's some of your times as it does that. But we still have some time, and that's 4:08 Winona. That's still an hour from now. So here's what we are going to do. Now that Tishomingo is out of that severe thunderstorm warning, I'm going to go home for a little while.
Yeah.
And if you got to call me back, call me back. I'm going to leave the laptop here with the live stream going. You don't have to necessarily talk the entire time about what it's got there. But the storm back out west is definitely one to watch. And as it gets closer, I'm going to peel off the lightning. While it's primarily, I would say, a wind and maybe hail threat as it moves eastward, spin-up style tornado is not an impossibility on that. Rip it a little closer one more time. See, that one is big enough to be more of interest, but not quite strong enough. The winds aren't quite right. So I'll say this again. This will be the last thing I show before I kind of turn this over to Chelsea. But here's the big deal. Weather call, weather call, weather call. And the weather app, weather radio, code red, and the FEMA app. You want to have at least 2 of these so that if you are placed under a tornado warning, and while that likelihood becomes lower, it's not impossible, that all of a sudden it'll be like, why is everything going off right now? Because in the middle of the night, we're disoriented and we get awakened. And the why it's all going off right now is because tornado warning. That's not happening right now. But that's why the layers make sense in this case, so that it's just like something's happening. I actually need to get up and pay attention to whatever this is. So one thing you do note is with weather call, you have to make sure with any phone call that you, if you turn on your do not disturb at night, that either A, you turn that off, or B, you put weather call's number in as a favorite contact. So if you're just signing up for weather call, I would turn do not disturb off for tonight. Just ultimately so you can get these alerts to call you, just in case. So if you have these, and I have these, my family has these, I would say this again. I think you're probably in pretty good shape to go to sleep. If that is not the case,
I would still say you're probably in pretty good shape for most locations. But certainly something to keep in mind. So, with that in mind, I'm going to turn things over here to Chelsea. And Chelsea will probably not be standing here narrating this. Okay. So, this is probably going to go unnarrated for quite a while. Water Valley asking about themselves. I would say the worst is probably south of you. Certainly, the most concern is going to be for locations kind of in advance here. Pull off that.
If somebody asked which app is the best all around, I would probably say our app because it has basically every kind of notification you can toggle on.
It
So
does.
if you don't want heavier rain, you can turn that off, but you can turn on tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's I'd say our app is a very, very good one. Weather call costs money, and I understand money is money. It is worth it. The peace of mind, in my mind, to get just one night's sleep. I mean, about 3 p.m. tomorrow, you'll understand why I say it's worth it. So, with that in mind, I am going to take off. I'm going to leave all the things here for you. In this zone ahead, this is where we're most concerned still. I think let's turn that one off. And if we need to do something with that, we'll call Zach back and we'll do that. The greatest concerns ahead here. In saying that, there are a couple storms up here around, Ripley, that batch there that Chelsea's going to be watching very closely. I don't know that it's going to be able to produce back behind this, kind of initial outflow, but weird things sometimes happen. There is plenty of fuel out there. So yeah. Yeah, see that bottom storm, these try to split, right? And the bottom one's dying out. So I would say that I feel a lot better about that than I did 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. So, okay, we're going to leave this up for you. Chelsea's got this. If you have any questions or concerns, she will occasionally be coming over here and kind of checking on those. But I would say largely, I think we're largely okay. You have weather call that'll wake you up if you need to do it. Power by Lambert's there in Boonville. So this does sound like there are at least some spots where power is okay. Okay, so we're going to leave this up. Chelsea will be checking on that chat from time to time. New severe thunderstorm warning, capturing the damaging wind potential of this. And the last thing I'm going to do is the storm track with an updated speed if necessary. They're going east at 45 miles per hour. This is probably the next more significant damaging bogey. If we're going to have one tonight, this is the one that probably becomes that. And let's pull that from there. Probably something around that angle. All right, I'm leaving this to Chelsea. We'll see y'all a little later if we need to. Y'all be safe, be smart. Good luck. Thank you for coming in early. Appreciate it.
Do they need this one? Basically.
Possibly. No, put it on the charger. No, they won't be able to hear it. It's just picking up off the
Okay, that's
computer
what
line.
okay, that's what I asked.
Yeah, oh yeah. No. So it's picking up off the computer line.
Okay. Well, this is that.
Hey, come over here.
Okay. So later this week. Yeah, I'm talking to the over this week. It's right. We're right there.
Yeah, I'm hoping Wednesday's gonna be maybe northwest and we just.
And see, that's what it looks
I think
like.
Thursday could be northwest and yes.
That's what it looks like Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Now they put it free on Wednesday, Wednesday.
Mhm.
And I'm like.
I mean, that's what you do is you just target like this is the center of it, and depending on how the shift, it shifts.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not figure it
I was looking at that, I was like, what's the range is?
because it's real tempting to go. Really northwest, we get 30.
Yeah.
What about 30?
I mean, I know.
It's
Yeah, explain it, yeah.
well, I mean that was like the explainer of yesterday versus today,
Yeah.
right? Or
Yeah.
sorry, Saturday versus Sunday, because it's like.
Today's Monday.
Sorry, you have a level 3 severe weather risk, and there's a greater risk for rain on Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
All right.
So, thank you. I appreciate
Thanks. Hopefully I don't see you again.
it. Hopefully, I'll see you again.
Is John do the name?
Um,
Okay.
I mean, he can, and I can just go to sleep and come back and do 10. That's what we'll do. I'll tell story log over here.
Okay. Okay.
Here's what John, and files.
Not much. Seems right after eight. Okay.
You can leave the laptop up during the morning show if you want to, and shut it afterward, or just whenever you're done, just shut it. So.
I was actually reading. I was actually reading.
Yeah, I get that.
So, working with, I think it's very similar to the thing, not working on leaders. That's okay. So when Jacqueline's in also. Yes, we have so many inputs. Yeah. But it's not my fun if I'm doing report it again. Well, I mean, please. Let's have the two friends.
Okay.
See ya.
Good night.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
That's the mental thing. Like, we slept. You didn't sleep at all, did you?
Nope.
No, what do you need?
Nine.
Huh?
Nine.
Fine.
You didn't sleep at all, Yella?
I'm coming at 11. I'm like, no way. Just, like, but my fitness tracker weird. Oh, I see you're saying. Yeah. I do. Yeah. No, there's some sticking.
Okay, I'm heading out. Y'all be safe. Chelsea's got this. Talk to you in a little bit. Hopefully not.
Go home.
I'm going home. Had to get my USB dongle.
Bye.
Yes.
That's the right same words. You're gonna find repeat that. Okay. Bye.
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 Hey guys, I'm going to answer some questions because there is still about 1,000 folks in this live stream right now. So I am going to talk a little bit about the storm that is moving into some of our western counties. So Grenada County up towards Yalobusha County right now. That is where we have that severe thunderstorm warning right now. That does include places in Grenada County. Now, the latest one that we have issued is moving into Panola County. It's closer towards the Marks area. That is west of Lafayette County. We're not seeing anything of significance right now. So if you are watching, you can go to sleep. Just have multiple ways, weather call, WTVA weather app, no weather radio to wake you up if you do fall under a tornado warning. But right now, we're just tracking the potential for some severe thunderstorm warnings. That's why we're not going to be constantly on the Facebook Live right now. But looking at the track of those storms that are pushing into Grenada, Yalobusha County, the bulk of that is still back out. You can see Highway 49 east there and west. It's kind of in between there, just north of the Greenwood area. So I'm going to get a track on that as that moves in. Kind of that storm there just north of Greenwood is primarily moving east, slightly northeast. So a little bit of a longer track on that. It's going to be Greenwood there at 341, Grenada 356, Kincaid 409, Duck Hill 412, Big Creek area 425, Calhoun City 433, if that holds together. Now, if you notice at the top of your screen, they do not have that tagged as rotation detected. So the threats that we're tracking with this storm is going to be the wind and the hail potential. And speaking of hail, let's look at the hail size with these storms. There is a little bit of hail closer towards 49 west. That is outside of our area. Now that is going to continue to track into our area. So for folks that are in places, Grenada County, Montgomery County, you could see some of that smaller hail, medium-sized hail for some, over the next hour or so. So that's one of the potentials that we are tracking the threat for, and also with that hail. Somebody asked, what about Nettleton? Nettleton is fine right now. I'll zoom out and show you kind of a wide look. Most places right now, you're not seeing a lot of that rainfall. What we are tracking with these storms is you can see that heavier line from Red Bay through Tupelo down towards Coffeyville. And that's going to continue to track back out towards the north and east primarily. So what we're watching for with most of our area is this development back out to our west. You can see a lot more of those storms from Greenwood, Greenville, and then also down into Louisiana. Those storms are going to push in. And as they continue to track primarily east, that's where we see the threat for most places. Is Baldwin okay to go to bed? I would say pretty much all of us are okay to go to bed if you have some way to wake up. Amory, Becker, Smithville area, still that same story. This is not going to be until several more hours closer towards when you would typically wake up 5, 6, 7 o'clock is when we will see more thunderstorms push into the area. Somebody is asking about the Thaxton area right now. Thaxton area, you could have a few more thunderstorms. So this one back behind, you can see that primary line right there. And then you can see that one thunderstorm back closer towards Marks, west of Batesville. That's tracking primarily east. Now it is behind that main area line of storms that we're tracking, so it doesn't have a lot of inflow with it. So primarily what those threats are for the Thaxton area is going to be that wind, hail with some of those storms. To get any type of rotation, you need to have that inflow to the storm, which it kind of cuts it off if you're behind that main line of storms. But pretty much anywhere. They're asking Blue Springs, Verona, Belmont. If you have weather call, if you have that WTVA weather app, you can go to bed. If you are right along that Tennessee state line, even Corinth up towards the Walnut area, You will not see a lot of severe threat anymore, but it is possible one of these storms back behind that main line from Tishomingo, Algoma, down towards Grenada. If you're behind that main line of storms, then you could still see a severe thunderstorm warning with hail or wind. Look for some more comments, but we're not tracking any tornado warnings right now, and we're just kind of monitoring this behind the scenes, which we will be back live on air starting at 4:30 for our morning show. And from the National Weather Service in Memphis, they are working on clearing some more counties from their tornado watches. Somebody asked, is the main threat over? No, it's not. But we'll continue to see some more of these thunderstorms move in over the next few hours. So we're watching that development back out to our southwest. Parts of Louisiana, we still have some of those severe thunderstorm warnings. Greenville, you can see closer to that. As those storms move in, that's when more of us could see that severe potential. Is Amory clear right now? I wouldn't say clear for the rest of the day. Clear right now, clear enough to go to bed, yes. A long track on the Greenwood storm. Okay, I can do that. I'm going to track all the way down through the Greenville storm to include more places there around the Golden Triangle region. But the storm that is moving through Greenwood right now, that's going to be closer towards Grenada there at 359, Duck Hill 413, Winona 429, Vardaman 444, Houston 457, French Camp 526, Aberdeen 537, Becker 537 as well, Sulligent 607, Columbus 618, and then Lake Lowndes 636 for your morning. Is Boonville clear of any tornadoes? The tornado risk is fairly lower now into your morning. Boonville, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's less likely. So with tornadoes, you have to have pretty much a clear inflow. And since there is rain out ahead from Tishomingo down towards Baldwin, you can't get as much of that inflow into the storm closer towards Boonville. Now, it is possible that we could have some broad rotation, but the main threats into your morning is going to be wind and hail. On track on the storm near Clarksdale. So this one smaller storm that's going to be moving into Panola County soon. It's going to be getting closer towards Batesville there at 354, Oxford 426, Lafayette Springs 446, Ashley Furniture there at 503, Sherman 519, Saltillo 531, and that is if it keeps the same speed and the positioning of the storm that it's at right now. Now, the National Weather Service in Memphis did go ahead and take off some of the tornado watches. So I am going to bring those up. So now if you are in Tippa County, Alcorn, Tishomingo, Prentiss, and then Union County, your tornado watch has been canceled early. Now we still have tornado watches for places Lafayette, Yalobusha County, across over towards Monroe, Itawamba County, and then our Alabama counties on that side. Now our southern counties under severe thunderstorm watches, and I believe that extends until 8 o'clock this morning. Let me see. Yes, those severe thunderstorm watches extend until 8 a.m. and the tornado watches, I believe, extend until 5 a.m. Double check on that. Yes, until 5 a.m. Highway 341 lost power. Let me take a updated look at power outages. Across the state, there is over 2,000 people without power. In Tishomingo County, there is 1,100 people without power. And then in Prentiss County, earlier there was over 200 people without power. Now there's 37. So in Prentiss County, they're already working to get those the power restored to folks. Tishomingo County, still a lot of folks without power. And let me bring that up so y'all can see that. So back to 3 so I can control it. So in Tishomingo County, if you are kind of in that eastern part of the county, east, kind of southeast of Iuka, that's where most of those power outages are. Also, just over 200 people up closer towards Pickwick Lake without power. And then there's also about 100 people just north of Tishomingo without power. Let's see. Somebody's asking about Pontotoc, Bruce. All right, so Pontotoc right now, a lot of heavier rain, lightning. Bruce right now, some heavier rain is going to be moving in soon. Bruce, there at 404, you'll probably start to get some heavier rainfall, but you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. What we are tracking is the threat for more severe weather to push in. And there's a lot of comments, so if I missed some of your comments, I'm so sorry. These storms that are back out too are west and even southwest down into Louisiana. We'll continue to track in. So that's primarily what we are looking at, is that potential for more storms to move in. And main impacts that we will see is going to be hail and breezy conditions. Somebody's asking about schools. There are some schools that are on a 2-hour delay, and you can find those at WTVA.com under our closings tab. Is there a tornado watch in Bruce, or am I safe to go to sleep? You can go to sleep, everybody, if you have ways to get alerts. WTVA weather app, weather call will notify you and call you if you do fall under a severe thunderstorm warning or watch. Tornado watch, let's take another look at those tornado watches, because there have been some canceled. So if you are in Boonville, Prentiss County, Union County, Tippa County, Alcorn, Tishomingo County, you are not under a tornado watch anymore. Smithville is still under a tornado watch over towards Yallowbusha. Lafayette County still under a tornado watch until 5 a.m. I don't know if you heard that thunder outside. The storm that is moving into Montgomery, Grenada County right now is a severe thunderstorm warning. If I can get back to my radar. So Grenada, Montgomery County line. What we are tracking with that, so if you notice at the top of your screen, some of them will have like tags on it, like warning tags. It does not have the tag as rotation detected. And looking at this storm, you can see kind of that bow out effect. Let me kind of get a pointer on here. So right here, how it kind of bows out, that is going to be the winds pushing it. So it's more of a damaging wind gust potential and hail potential with this storm as it moves into Grenada, Montgomery County. Now, the National Weather Service also put a warning out for that southern end of the storm. So looking and kind of getting a track on that once again. That is Grenada there at 357, Duck Hill 413, Calhoun City 432, Eupora 455, Carmack 419, French Camp 533, Starkville there 542 as that continues to track across the area. What time will the tornado watch in Bruce be over? It will be over at 5 a.m. if they don't cancel it early. Wind gusts for one coming out of Arden. Okay. It might take a second to load in here. All right, so looking closer towards Grenada County, that's where you have the highest wind gusts right now, and it looks like about 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. You asked in Vardaman right now, it looks like 25 to 30-mile-per-hour wind gust there. So still below severe limits. So somebody just said, looking at the track that I just did, it looks like it will miss Amory. Now, while there is not a severe thunderstorm warning along some of these storms that are from Coffeyville to Tupelo to Red Bay, those could develop and they could continue to strengthen. So that's why we're continuing to monitor this all night, is because these storms will go through phases where they might not be as strong now, but by the time they get closer to where you're at, they could be on the stronger, more severe side. So that's why we're continuing to monitor these back out to our west and southwest. But right now, for most places, south and east of the Natchez Trace, there's not much going on right now, but in the next few hours, we could see some more development. All right, that one storm that's going to be moving into Panola County here soon. I'm going to get another track on that. So it's Batesville there at 354, Taylor there at 422, Oxford 425, Thaxton there at 452, Pontotoc at 508. That gets closer towards Sherman there at 517, WTVA Studio there at 527, Mantachie at 544, Fulton at 552, Fairview School 557. Sorry, I was just looking at stuff behind the scenes, so that's why you didn't hear anything. Just east of Charleston. Let me take a look at that storm. In just a second. So there's Charleston there. Charleston is not under a severe thunderstorm warning. It's kind of on that north extent. The strongest part of that storm is farther south, but I will track kind of that entire line of storms right there. Let me get the movement on it right. Let me make sure it's I'll get a couple. I'll get a more north extent that tries to include Tupelo. So for this one, Coffeyville there at 408, Duck Hill 426, Winona 438, Houston 458, Pontotoc City Lake 504, Tupelo 528, Aberdeen 550. Now if it does go more east, southeast, that's going to include places Big Creek there at 428, Houston 5 o'clock, Okolona 522, Hamilton 543, Louisville there 553, Columbus 606. Storm coming across Batesville will be bad going into Oxford. Let me take another look at that storm. So the storm moving into Panola County right now is still fairly small. Why they have that issued right now, that one is issued because rotation detected. So looking kind of far away from that radar site there. And try to get it to come out of Monroe County. So coming out of Memphis, you can see a little bit of where it kind of hooks back in slightly, trying to see some broad rotation, but it would have to strengthen a lot more to become anything significant. Now I do want to look at hail once again, because that's been our primary threat through the overnight and into early morning. And with any of these storms across the area, there's not any significant hail. The biggest hail that we have is closer towards 82 there, just west of Greenwood, is where you have some smaller hail. Is Saltillo good to go to sleep? Saltillo, you can go to sleep, and everywhere you can go to sleep. Just have some way to wake you up, whether that is the WTVA weather app, weather call, a NOAA weather radio, just have some way that could wake you up, because some of these storms are moving in for our eastern half of the area closer towards 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Thundering, rain just stopped. Is it thundering in Pontotoc? Yes, probably. Now, another threat with some areas is going to be the flash flooding. I don't know if it's going to get hard for me to hear you or hard for y'all to hear me because of the rain. Is going to be the flash flooding risk. Because some of these thunderstorms are moving through the same locations, and that will add up. So as many folks get out tomorrow morning, you'll need to kind of maybe have some extra time, be cautious, because there could be a lot of water on the roads. Any tornado threats with temperatures dropping. So let's take a look at temperatures and dew points. We've got to get some numbers in there. Oh, that's too many. Hold on. There's a lot of numbers. Still a lot of numbers. Okay. So when we have dew points in the middle to upper 60s, we still see that tornado threat for some places. So for places up towards Holly Springs, where dew points are a little bit lower, that tornado threat is pretty much diminished. 64 is kind of on that edge there in Corinth. More than likely not. Where we are tracking more of that tornado potential is going to be through some of our central counties. You can see from Houston there, dew point at 68. We still have enough moisture, enough fuel for some of those thunderstorms to become tornado-producing thunderstorms. Once again, though, our main impacts, what more folks will see, is going to be the hail potential and the wind potential. Looking at some of the storm reports that we have got, all of the reports that we have had have been hail. Wind potential for Pontotoc. Let's take a look at future wind gusts and see if I can find that graphic. Okay. So over the next few hours. So we have some purples pushing through. You can see 4:30, some 5 o'clock, and those purples are 40+ mile per hour winds. Now, severe thunderstorm winds, you have to have 56, 57 miles per hour. So even 40 mile per hour wind gusts are below severe limits. But a 40 mile per hour wind gust still could make it really difficult to drive in the morning for your morning commute. It could blow maybe something outside, some lawn furniture like that. But 40 mile per hour wind gusts are still below severe limits. Looking closer towards 6, 7 o'clock, we're not as windy. And through the day, it looks to calm down some. Let me know if y'all can still hear me with this rain, please. Okay. So the National Weather Service did extend the severe thunderstorm warning more to include the rest of Grenada County and to include northern Montgomery County and parts of Webster County. And the National Weather Service in Memphis is going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning on the north extent of this storm. So for places closer towards Charleston and Yalobusha County. So through our western counties, you'll see more severe thunderstorm warnings popping up, primarily from the wind and the hail. If you notice at the top, it does not have the tag rotation detected. It just has severe thunderstorm warning. So our primary risks with that is going to be the wind and the hail potential. All right, so I'm going to get another track on these storms. I'm actually going to start north of Charleston. Now, Coffeyville, you're already seeing some heavier rainfall, so the timing may be a bit off for you. But this is looking at the severe thunderstorm warning part of that storm. And I'm going to do a kind of long track on that. Grenada there at 3:57, so in the next 2 minutes. Winona 4:26, Houston 4:56, Okolona at 5:15, Ackerman 5:33, Hamilton at 5:44, Columbus at 6:02, Louisville 6:08, New Hope 6:18, Fayette 6:30, Macon at 6:48. So this will continue to extend closer towards 7 o'clock. As these storms move across. Somebody's asking, can Tupelo go to sleep? Across the area, we do not have any tornado warnings right now. So you can go to sleep. For our entire area, just have some way to wake you up because these storms are continuing to push in for the next several hours. Luckily, we have not had any damage reports. All we've had is the hail reports so far. Southeast of Fayette. We have seen a little bit more hail through Yalobusha County, back south and east of the Charleston area. Still mostly small hail. The largest hail that we have is closer towards Greenwood, and it could be nickel, maybe penny-sized hail. And that's going to be moving into Montgomery County if that hail holds together. I'm going to just leave this on a loop for right now. Because I've got to get some graphics together for the show that starts in 30 minutes. But we do not have any tornado warnings right now. The storms that are moving into our western counties is going to be primarily wind and hail. But we don't have any tornado warnings. I'm still monitoring this. We will be back on air in 30 minutes, but I'm going to leave this live stream up with the radar looping. But I will be looking, and if I see any questions that I can answer real quick, I'll come back over here. For somebody that asked, is the radar going to be refreshing? Yes, it'll be on a consistent loop, so it will refresh when we get new scans. So I'm gonna do another quick update before our 4:30 newscast starts. So the line of storms that are right now through Tupelo up towards Red Bay, Russellville, they do not have any kind of severe thunderstorm warning along that. You may hear a lot of very loud thunder rattling your house, that lightning. They're very electric storms this morning, but we're not seeing any severe threat with that. Where we are tracking severe thunderstorms, and really arguably the strongest thunderstorm that we have is moving through eastern parts of Grenada County right there, kind of right over top of where that arrow is pointing because of how that is bowing out. And you can see that big curve from Coffeyville down towards Duck Hill. That's that strong thunderstorm wind that is pushing from behind that storm, and that's where we could potentially see damaging wind gusts. So that's our primary concern that we are tracking right now. I'm going to zoom out and get a track on the line of those storms all the way through Greenwood and south of that. So from just north of Coffeyville through Grenada County, back down towards Greenwood, and then across the area. Time on those storms. Big Creek at 427, Winona 433, Vardaman 446, Eupora 456, Houston at 559, Okolona 521, Aberdeen 533, Starkville 544, Columbus 604, Sulligent 605. And that is if it keeps its same speed and school and positioning. Just saw somebody ask if there was any school delays. There are a few school delays, and they are on our website, WTVA.com, under the closings tab, and they're all just delays. There's no closings. Somebody asked about Vardaman. That area that we are tracking, let me just zoom in closer to you. So that big push of gusty winds from Gore Springs, that's going to track into southern parts of Calhoun County, northern Webster County. But Vardaman, you'll see heavier rain, windy conditions. Let me check the hail. Some small hail as well. The largest hail that we have is still south of Greenwood, and it's still fairly small hail as well. We're not seeing any of those darker blue colors, and that's typically what indicates the larger hail that we see. Seeing Tupelo, Morville questions. Look. So Tupelo right now, heavier rain. Not seeing any severe though. A lot of lightning, a lot of thunder. I'll get a track on these storms. Non-severe thunderstorms. Make sure they're moving in that right direction. The storms that are moving through Tupelo right now, getting closer towards Brewer at 421, Fulton 429, Red Bay at 453, Tremont 447, Bexar there at 513. Now with these thunderstorms, they are kind of trailing over some of those same locations. So that could cause the potential for some flash flooding. And that's another concern that we're monitoring. The only reports that we have received so far have been from hail. Somebody asked about the rotation symbol that pops up closer towards Russellville. Let me see if I can make it do it again. So that is just indicating broad rotation with the storm, but let's look at rotation. We're not seeing a lot of rotation there. Um, so not seeing any rotation closer towards Russellville. We're not tracking any severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning. So right there is just going to be some heavier rain, lightning, thunder. Somebody asked about up 371, closer towards Kirkville area. Heavy rain, lightning, thunder, nothing severe. Any signs of a tornado forming? Not right now. And even within these storms, through our western counties right now, they primarily just look like wind. Sometimes, most of the time, if there is the tornado possible with these, the severe thunderstorm will have rotation detected at the top of your screen, which we don't see, luckily. Thankfully, we haven't had, I think we've only had one tornado warning so far this morning, and that was closer towards midnight. It's Oxford. So I'm going to zoom out. The main line of storms that we see from Red Bay, Tupelo down towards Grenada, Greenwood. If you are behind those storms, we could still see some thunderstorms develop. We could see some small hail, some breezy conditions with that. But because we don't have that clear inflow to those storms, that tornado risk is very unlikely. And also, some of those dew point temperatures are starting to drop. Let me get some of those actual numbers on there. So Oxford right now, that dew point is 63. Typically, we need middle to upper 60s for tornadoes to develop. And you can even notice Eupora coming in at 57. I think that might be a little bit low. But Grenada's at 64 right now, 63, Winona. The only place we really have super high dew points is going to be through Monroe County, the Golden Triangle region. But looking at those thunderstorms right now, where's it at? Oh, let me find my thing. Looking at those thunderstorms right now, we're mainly tracking those that are moving through our western counties. And those are mostly moving east, maybe a slight north extent to it. But those will push across through Chickasaw, Monroe County, through the Golden Triangle region, closer towards 5, 6, 7 a.m. So we have a live newscast that will start in 8 minutes. We'll have more updates then, and if anything becomes necessary between now and then I will come back and either talk to y'all or break in live TV if necessary. I don't think that's going to be necessary right now, but we do have a live broadcast that starts in about 7.5 minutes now, so got to finish getting ready for that. Yes. Yeah, you can run through it. Yeah. I have to pull up in doc on order too, but other than that, but. Okay, stay on that for a second. I'm gonna try to adjust this, so it's not in my shot so much, cause I'm shorter than everybody else. See, let me come another problem where I'm not in the light so much. I think that is better than it was. And then let me try to get this out of the, okay, that should be fine. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to text you when yesterday before you said you blew. I was like, it's okay, we can switch it. Okay. I mean, just like, I just not responding. That's what she had, would you? It's yellow out there. Yeah. Well, I don't know if she was run down. I got 2 minutes for her. She was on. Oh, it's 2 minutes for hers. Yeah, I know. You were just at the hall. I just wanted you to make sure that you saw it. She said, "You're at the hall." It happened. Students. Friday, what's what I need to do? And that MDOT is two below to start off with. It has radar, MDOT, then me. Yeah. So if you want to just stop after radar, I'll take over on the MDOT. So it's not you trying to figure out what to say.
Well, cause like, I was like, thank you so much for joining us this morning on WTVA 9 News Today. We're starting off with some severe weather and some heavy rain. As you can see from radar right here, we got a lot of things moving into our area right now. So we're going to go ahead and check in with our meteorologist, Chelsea Simmons.
Yeah, so what we are looking at is still a lot of that heavy rainfall, very breezy conditions, and a lot of lightning. These have been very electric storms through the overnight. So you may be seeing that lightning, hearing that thunder, and it may even rattle your house. But where we are tracking some severe thunderstorms is going to be through our western counties. Where we are looking at that right now is going to be through places in Calhoun County where those storms are, back down towards Winona, and then south and west. And you can see how this pushes out closer towards Slate Springs, Bruce. And that's that wind that is behind it pushing those storms. And that's where we could see the potential or some damaging wind gust, which we'll take a look at some more of those reports that we have seen since the overnight early this morning here in just a few more minutes. But I want to get a timing of some of those storms as they push across our area, especially those that are in the severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So looking at those moving through Calhoun County, down closer towards Winona, and tracking those across the area, those will continue to move through closer towards Vardaman there at 445, Eupora there at 503, Okolona at 516, Bigby area there at 534, Starkville 552, Sullivan over towards Alabama there at 606, and then Columbus there at 626. Clearing that off, looking at some hail that we have had reports of. That's primarily what we've seen since early this morning. Main areas that we have some hail is still going to be in between Greenwood and Winona. You can see they're just south of Highway 82. You can see some more blues there showing up. So we do have that hail potential. Some smaller hail back up towards places in Calhoun County, just south of Duck Hill. So the primary risk that we are tracking as these storms push across the area will be hail and breezy conditions. Now, not to rule out that chance that we do see something try to spin up, but right now it looks like that chance is fairly low. So as we go through the morning, still make sure to have multiple ways to get those alerts. This will impact some more folks' morning commute as this extends till 5, 6, 7 a.m. So just make sure you are staying weather aware, and we'll have more updates through the morning.
Parents, pay close attention. Several school districts are operating on a 2-hour delay this morning because of the severe weather that we're experiencing. So far, that includes Lamar, Marion, and Pickens counties in Alabama, Aberdeen, England, Itawamba County, Monroe County, Nelson, and Oklahoma. Go to WGBA.com for this full list as the updates. Happening today, this is the last day of work for some folks who work at a manufacturing plant in Corinth. Montauk Spring is operated by MW Components. The manufacturing company is based out of Charlotte, North Carolina. The plant is closing because the company's largest customer is outsourcing its business. About 130 people will be jobs. One worker says employees are being offered severance pay.
Since
Many are already
we are
losing jobs.
now live on the news, I'm going to have to adjust some of my graphics for the different hits. So I'm actually going to stop the Facebook Live. We are live through the live stream through our WTVA weather app. We are live on air until 7 o'clock. If we do fall under another tornado warning, then I will restart the Facebook Live. But right now we are on our live stream and live on air. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this off because I'm going to have to adjust my graphics. So it's just going to look weird for y'all. But we will be back if needed on the Facebook Live.
Making police choose to line back the bus home. reach out to WTA for about what happened and what's next, but